Oh man, how's it going, everybody? I'm gonna mess with some audio settings here, so if you hear a bit of echo, don't worry, that will go away pretty soon here. Of echo, don't worry, that will go away pretty soon here. Of echo. I could probably stand to turn my audio down a little bit. We'll move it down here. Should have chats. Ah, that was why I couldn't see alerts before. How did it move down there? It's probably fine. Alright, so how's it going, everyone? When's the last time we streamed solo? It's been a hot minute, and I'm actually curious. I'm gonna look that up while people slowly start to creep in here. Mostly for my own curiosity and nothing else. Oh, good. At least looking at my past videos here, it was at least January 4th, if not, well, it had to have been sooner than that. But it's not on my my list of stuff that's been broadcast in the last month or so. So it's been at least a month, probably more. That's kind of crazy to think about. It was sometime in January. If you did not watch the last video, it is posted now. I forgot to switch it over to public, but I did do that, so it is there now. Yeah. We tried doing Mount Battle, and getting the reward for doing that, and to get the reward for Mount Battle, that those do not know, it's the same as Coliseum. You need to go all the way through from floor 1 to 100 without leaving and without changing your team at any point. We got all the way to floor 100, and when I say narrowly lost, I mean very, very narrowly, to the point of the difference between victory and defeat was a certain paralysis on Metagross kicking in one time. That was all it needed, was just one singular time. He broke through it 21 turns in a row. I know because I went back and checked. It from the first turn that he got sent out all the way until it was the last Pokemon remaining. He broke through it every time, because I believe the first thing I did was I threw Thunder Wave on him, and he broke through it. So I have leveled up a little bit more, needless to say. I've got everybody roughly the same. Couldn't do it perfectly, but, like, I was shooting for 70, and I went into doing this particular run at about 68, thinking, like, they'll probably get to, like, 70, might have a couple 71s in there. I was not expecting to see, like, levels 73s, 4s, and 5s, but, here we are. It happened, and so now we'll have to live with that consequence, which is honestly fine. The other thing I did was I did a test of fighting this guy again, not to see if I could beat him, but to see if the paralysis on Metagross actually would stop him at any point. And yes, it did. It stopped him on the first turn that I paralyzed him. So it was literally just the world's worst odds on somebody breaking through paralysis. I gotta wonder if that's a record, because that's up there, man. I know it's only a 1 in 4 shot to get paralyzed, or like to actually lose your turn from that, but 21 turns in a row? Like, really? That's a lot. That is an unhealthy amount, honestly. As for movesets, I believe they have not changed. There was options to learn new moves. I did not go with anything in particular. This is what I'm using here. Again, I don't think any of this looks different, but if there's something different, now you've seen the movesets for everybody. So what we're going to do is we're starting with Battle 100 here. I'll show the reward, and then we'll do like a full run through. So here's Batless, the guy who narrowly defeated us last time. It is worth noting you can save and, well, you can't quit Mount Battle, but if you saved and turned off your game and then resumed and kept playing up through floor 100, like let's say you saved and you turned off the power at floor 60 and then turned it back on and did 60 through 99 and then did 100, you would still get that reward. I did double check on that to make absolutely sure, so we are still good on that front. This is the first Battle of XD that I am doing tonight, and have first one I've done for a while. I did a little bit of I did that practice round. I'm trying to remember when that was. It's been a while, either way. I'm going to start by trying to get slacking out, and that would be a good reason why. Yep, that sounds about right. I don't really have a particular thing. I guess probably, well, actually, yeah, because he's got Shadow Ball, too. I was like, how would he really deal with Dusclops? But no, he's got Shadow Ball, so either way. We'll see how much this does against slacking and then kind of work from there. Okay, he got poisoned. If that actually stops me from using Shadow Ball, because don't you have to, like, use the... No, because that's disable. So it probably did actually shut me down from using this. Yeah, it did. Alright, well, we'll go after slacking then. Since I did not save the last run that I did because I wanted to keep all the items, I still do have the same items that I did last time. I think I bought a couple more Hyper Potions, but I still have all the max revives and stuff. I did not use it on the run-through. This one that I did when I wasn't grinding and I was actually going to the top, I did not find any challenge in any team except the self-destruct team that was just trying to basically kamikaze me. They got me down to 2 Pokemon, but, like... Again, they were just literally using self-destruct explosion and trying to get their ally to use protect. It was a bit dumb. But they tried to do it, so it was a thing that in fact existed. I do not know how effective this is going to be, but I almost feel like I would rather get Latios out. Because I don't... He does have Latios and Latias. One of these had Ice Beam, if I remember correctly, and that caused, unsurprisingly... a big problem for Salamence, since that's one of the few things that actually has to worry about. So we're just going to try to take this out before Salamence has to get on the field. Because while the Dusclops is not great to have on the field, it could be worse. Enough to where I think I'm actually going to... Well, no, he's still got to move, so that's probably going to go after... Yeah. Oh, no, Zengu survived it. That didn't even do half damage, jeez. Bulkier than I remember. So yeah, this is what I currently have. I've got my max revives down here. I should have brought them back up to the top, but for basic healing items, this is what we got here. I'll do mostly commentating on the battle here. Once we're actually like going up the levels, we'll do a little bit of more of a lax chatting thing because everything's going to be very, very low leveled compared to us for most of going through 100 floors. Because they're going to be like somewhere between level 5 to about 60. So as a result, I don't think it's going to be too terribly hard. Do I have Shadow Ball back? Nope, I don't. Alright. I know Crush Claw can take out Latias, so I'm curious to see how much this would do. Alright, that's another pseudo-legendary... Or, no, that's a legendary. Metagross is what I was thinking of. I would argue Salamence is a pseudo-legendary in terms of just raw power. Yeah, I wasn't expecting too terribly much damage there. I knew it was super effective, but I wasn't expecting high damage. I've only had Ice Beam on Zangoose, but Zangoose is not really a special attacker, so it's not that big a deal. Yeah, I would still be more worried about... Well, yeah, especially if he's going to use Protect. By all means, waste your turn, see if I care. Which makes sense, because Salamence is going to use Earthquake. That just goes without saying. Both that and Metagross are the ones that were doing that last time. You did. You protected yourself. We're very proud. Played for 2 months. 99% away from it. Yeah, nearly there. Nearly there. Except, well, you know, first step. Journey of 1,000 miles and all that. I will say, like, I do admit this game probably doesn't have the best start. Story-wise, it's fine. It just... By comparison to Coliseum, because, like, if there's any game to compare it to, it's the one that's the direct prequel. The startup on this one is, like, noticeably slower. It definitely is. I'm probably going to end up having to sacrifice both of these Pokemon. I can't do anything with Zangoose against Dusclops. I have to go with Metagross, because that's currently locked. Swords Dance doesn't damage it. It ups my attack, but Crush Claw and Brick Break he's immune to both of those, so it wouldn't really matter if I upped that anyway. I could up it against Metagross, but I think it's probably better off just going for the damage. That should break even between Psychic and Steel. That would be weak, even with the stab bonus in damage, so Brick Break it is. Over here... He's probably going to get knocked out before anything happens. Shadow Punch, as we saw, that's about how much damage it did. That's the health bar. Acid Armor probably won't make a difference, honestly. Screech might be okay, but not the end of the world. And Sludge Bomb on Dusclops is probably what I'm going to go with, because Metagross it won't work on, because he's part Steel. So we'll go with that. And wow, he actually outsped Metagross and Dusclops. That's a bit surprising. None of those are too terribly fast, but... I'm also not used to using, like, tanks in Pokemon. I usually use special sweepers or physical sweepers. Or mixed attackers. Like, I just don't play very defensively most of the time. So using a Pokemon like Muck is a little outside of my norm. Hey, nice. Forgot he had that Focus Band. So surprisingly, we did not lose anybody there. Yeah, XD definitely has a slower start. It's definitely got its advantages over Coliseum, for sure. It's got things that are better. It's got things that are worse. I had to check. But I do think, and I really wish, I know it probably won't happen, I really wish they'd give the Shadow Pokemon style game, like, one last try. Like, if you took it with, like, the current, like, gen of consoles, Switch... You paid very good attention to what worked well in Coliseum and what didn't, and what worked well in XD and what didn't, you could probably have a very, very solid game there. Like, if you made a solid enough game, you could do that, and then you could be like, oh yeah, now that we're, like, eventually when they get to porting GameCube stuff, we ported Coliseum and XD, and that would probably give people interest to go and buy it, honestly, so... let's see. So it's Metagross and... Well, he's got Ice Beam, so I should probably try to... I know he's gonna Earthquake, but I can definitely outspeed him for sure with Jolteon easily. This is going to be an interesting problem. The question is he going to try to Ice Beam, or is he going to try to Earthquake Protect? Well, Dusclops doesn't have a lot of health. I can divide here. If Dusclops doesn't protect, it's definitely dead. If it does and Metagross uses Earthquake, the only Pokemon that's going to take any damage is going to be Jolteon, because Salamence can just fly, so it won't matter. I don't even remember what I ended up doing here. I think it was Crunch to try to lower special defense, but I'm not really sure. Alright, cool. He didn't protect. We're good on that front. He still has one left, correct? No, this is the last one. Okay, I thought he had one more for some reason. If I'd known that, I kind of would have just thrown out whatever. Could have sworn there's one that I'd forgotten. But I guess not. Yeah, the legendaries in this game are pretty dang rough. It does not help that, like, That is one of the key flaws, I think, in XD. The fact that, like, I don't have a problem with having, like, a small number of Pokemon for a spin-off game. I actually think that's a good thing because it forces you to pick Pokemon that you would not necessarily normally choose. I do think, however, locking, like, a third of them to almost a half of them in the final area, where even if you use them, you're not going to get much time to use them, that might not be the best idea in the world. But also having, like, somebody that uses a team of 7 Pokemon, which is outright cheating, and having 4 legendaries in there that are going to have very low catch rates might be a bit much. So for clearing Area 10, you get 2,000 Poke Coupons. You clear Mount Battle entirely without changing your Pokemon once. Your talent is incredible. Without thoroughly knowing and trusting your Pokemon, this feat would have been simply impossible. For your record-setting Pokemon, let me give you these as mementos of your training here at Mount Battle. They're exclusive ribbons for commemorating their 100-win streak at Mount Battle. You can take pride in it. So every Pokemon in your team will get that ribbon. Also, I'd like you to have one of these very special Pokemon. I'm planning to give them to a trainer who has shown me extraordinary promise. I'm quite proud of them. Here, choose one. Choose one of these Pokemon. The Gen 2 starters, Chikorita, Cyndaquil, Totodile. These do have special things about them, and the reason we're going to be doing another run-through is I believe you can get this prize over and over. You do have to run the full gauntlet, yes, but I think you can get them all. But that's one thing I could not get an outright confirmation on, so we're going to be finding out. But first, just so I can go over why these are special ones, because they do have something special about them. Here we go. They are unique in that they each have one Egg move and one Hyper Beam related move. The other 2 moves are standard moves. All the Johto starters can be acquired by successfully completing the Mount Battle Challenge, but each can only be obtained once, and only one can be selected per completion. So it looks like you should be able to get all 3. It is not necessary to use different teams for each subsequent challenge. However, the Earth Ribbon will not be awarded to Pokemon that already have it. So if you choose Chikorita, you'll get all these at level 5, but its moveset will be Tackle and Growl, which are its normal moves. Ancient Power, which is its Egg move, and then Frenzy Plant, which is the Hyper Beam related move. Cyndaquil will have Tackle and Leer, its normal moves, Reverse Lull Fighting type move for its Egg move, and Blast Burn for the Hyper Beam related move. And Totodile will have Scratch and Leer for its normal moves, Crunch for its Egg move, and Hydro Cannon for its Hyper Beam related move. I would take Cyndaquil because he's my favorite of those 3 easily. I do like Totodile a lot, but, like, Cyndaquil is the first one I ever had, ever, so. I want you to never forget the way you feel now. I want you to keep battling on with that feeling in your heart. And one day I want you to return and defeat me again. I'll be expecting you. Cool, we'll see you in not that long. So, well, here, first, I want to show off the ribbon, just for saying we showed it off. There you go. So, ribbon awarded for clearing all difficulties, 100 straight win commemorative ribbon. Clearing all difficulties, not sure what that is, but maybe that's if you, like, clear each floor, but it's not all in a row. That could be what it is. I assume all my other ones have. No, that is something different, because Jolteon doesn't have it. That's interesting. Alright then. Now, since we're doing the run-through again, I am actually going to change up my team a little bit. So I do have some additional Pokemon that I raised. It's loading the rest of these. We'll give it a second here. There we go. We do have a couple additional Pokemon here that I either was, like, thinking about using, like, you know, you only get a team of 6, you can only do much, but that's only pick so many, so that's why we've got these additional ones here. We also have the, Elekid that I think has the punch moves, yeah. Ice, Fire, Thunder, Punch, and then Cross Chop, which is a not terrible moveset. Is there anything special about this Riolu? Not really. And then, of course, we got a little Cyndaquil. We got a little boy. Look at him. Doing a little dance. What's he got for, nature? Jolly Nature. I think that's up speed. I don't remember what the, minus stat is, though. because I don't remember them well enough. Jolly is, yes, it is increased speed. Oh, decreased special attack, though. That's not great. But he's still doing a little dance. So you gotta appreciate that. But yeah, we're gonna take our little boy here. Well, actually, no, because we don't have the experience share in this game, so he is not gonna gain any levels. Well, with an asterisk, maybe we can get away with it. We do want to make that a little bit more challenging, so we'll keep him in the front. He will gain levels if he can survive the early battles, which he should be able to because they're not going to be that much stronger. So he might be able to, like, actually be in an okay spot. If not, it'll just make an additional challenge because it'll essentially put me out one additional team member. And even though Muck felt like in that battle it wasn't doing that great, it was surprisingly good in clearing out some of the levels, particularly with the grass types that I did not have always the best counter for. If I didn't have Salamence out there with Aerial Ace, there was not a lot I could do. Croon's Dragon Breath, Iron Tail, Earthquake. That could be an option, potentially, too. I kind of don't want to change up my entire team, though. I definitely want to keep these two. Like, these two are my babies. Zangoose is my favorite Pokemon of all time. Salamence is my favorite dragon type of all time. Very close in lockstep with Goodra. I think I'm actually going to get rid of Gardevoir. I'm going to do something a little different for me. I usually keep Gardevoir. I like having a Psychic type on my team somewhere, but I think I'll swap them out too. Yeah, we'll leave these two in the front, and we'll see how it goes. What do I have for items? Is there anything in here I want to give Cyndaquil? Firestone? No, not quite. Did I miss it earlier? Charcoal? There it is. And just for the heck of it, because we're not going to really need it at any other point, we'll give him the, Oh, I have no room for that item. Oh. Is there anything I don't need? Don't really need that. Oh, I do have the EXP share. Well, I'm going to put that on him then, obviously. I don't really have any need for this. I like how you could choose to store 0, just to really twist the knife in there. Got it. Why do I have, like, all these one of whatevers? Like, there's no need for me to have this, because I've got 25 full heals, which is all status problems. I don't know why those are in there. But yeah, let's grab the other, like, stat-boosting items, too, and we'll give those to Cyndaquil. This is going to be the only chance it's going to get to do anything in this playthrough, unfortunately. But that said, I mean, I did use Quilava / Typhlosion in my Coliseum playthroughs, so it's not too big a deal. But I still want him to get a chance to actually, like, fight in some capacity where he'll be able to do something, so if there is any time to use items like this, this would be it, honestly. Iron. Rare candy. We'll just throw the rare candies on him too, obviously. Alright, gotta take care of my boy. Anything here? All right. Oh, that was a very long pause right there. That was bizarre. I don't think I really have any. Yeah. Not at the moment. Well, I don't. Actually, yeah. I'm probably thinking. Well, no, I actually passed on it right there, and it ultimately won't matter. It's like I was gonna say no, but that because I'm thinking of playing in Coliseum, and there were so many times where I used Smokescreen, not for lowering the accuracy, but simply because I didn't want to use a move to damage some Shadow Pokemon that I was trying to catch. But we've already caught all the Shadow Pokemon, so that doesn't really matter. And probably regardless of whether Leer stays or Smokescreen replaces Leer, it will probably get replaced pretty quickly regardless, so ultimately it will likely not matter. Use Ember, sure, we'll get rid of... See, I'm not big on reversal, honestly. But I don't know, maybe I'll give it a try. These are the two that are going to be going, so, like... Leer for now, I guess. It's not the broken Leer. There's an emulation game, or not an emulation, a ROM hack that I used to play ages ago with friends. That for whatever reason, and it was only the case on Leer, it was not any of the other, like, stat-lowering ones, but it would lower your opponent's defense by 2 stages instead of 1. So it was very busted as you could get it with your starter Pokemon, potentially. So you just had it straight out of the gate. So it made, like, the first trainer fight very easy because you can use Leer, drop his defense by 2 stages, and then just completely annihilate him as a result. Yeah, my boy! I did always prefer Stage 2 to Stage 3. Typhlosion's still awesome, don't get me wrong. But, Quilava is definitely where my heart is, for sure. I'm actually going to up this on Dragon Claw, because why not? The thing is, nobody really ran... Well, no, that did happen once, because I was fighting the legendary dogs and they had pressure. Which, as a result, dropped my PP kind of fast. So I'm going to give a couple of these to Crush Claw in case that happens again. Meaningless to use that item. Wow, rude. They're probably right, though. Let's see. Give a couple of Thunderbolt, a couple of Ice Beam. Since we're now at that point where it kind of doesn't really matter if using up, like, normally you would be saving these items for, like, competitive level use, but there's no need for that, so... See, that's weird. It had it for the rare candy, but it doesn't have it here. Maybe it was playing a little jingle. I've got my TV turned down, so maybe it's just I can't hear it. That is entirely possible. Alright, are there any stat boosting ones that I missed? Nope. Alright, so you have... I'm pretty sure I pulled out soft sand, correct? Yeah, for ground, yeah. No, I don't want to use it, I want to give it. I'll help with that earthquake damage. I won't be using that while Cyndaquil, or Quilava now, is on the field, because obviously that would completely annihilate it. But I could use that while Salamence is on the field, and because it's part flying, it would of course not take any damage from that. I do like using both these dragons, but yes, dragons back in the day in particular had one key weakness, but it was especially a key weakness because a lot of the dragons had a subtype that was also weak to ice. And Dragon Ground is one of those combinations that is quad weak to ice. Same as Dragon Flying. Yeah, with the rare candies, we've got Quilava up to a point where I think he'll be pretty A-okay in these early battles, and he'll be gaining levels decently fast. Yeah, 9 to 14, yeah, it should be good to go here. I might change up the order here so I can just kind of mash through and use Ember until it inevitably gets replaced by a stronger move like Flame Wheel or something. It's interesting to see that get used on a Quilava in this game, because whenever you get it in Coliseum, it's already, when it's a Shadow Pokemon, it'll get Flame Wheel. It won't get Ember. It's too high leveled at that point. Alright, let's take a look here. And I do agree, Spyro. This game definitely has, like... Graphics have held up, honestly, pretty well in this game, and the music is still very, very good. Yeah, we'll just do that for now. That should be fine. Alright, now that we're just, like, basically gonna be cruising through the rest of these idiots for a pretty substantial amount of time, probably all the way to floor 90, honestly, and then I might have to start, you know, trying again. Shouldn't be that bad, but enough to where I'll be like, oh, they don't all die in one hit immediately. But now we can actually get to, like, the more relaxing, enjoyable part, which is always a plus. See how Blast Burn looks like? I don't think I've seen this before. If I have, I've forgotten it. I probably have, but it likely wasn't in XD. It was probably in Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Yeah, that didn't look too bad. Not too bad for almost 20-year-old graphics. Yikes, that's horrifying. Yes, I did not watch the direct, but I did see the ending part of it. Apparently, a lot of people were like, "Yeah, you could have just skipped to the end to see what was, you know, the big thing that they were announcing." So that's basically what I did. But yes, I did see the new game that'll be coming out in 2025. It's gonna be the Arceus Legends style with Gen 6, which will be interesting, I think. I really hope that they do give the options for other gens, because there's really only one Gen 6 Pokemon that I really like, which I already said was Goodra. I was not too big on X and Y, like, as a whole. I'm actually going to pull up the list of the Pokedex. Yeah, and that's probably why. I was like, my memory could be failing me, but no, unfortunately, it was dead on. That was the gen that I had to abandon my starter because it was too weak. It was Chespin, and it had gotten up to being a Chestnut, was fighting, like, water types, like, stuff it should have had the advantage against type-wise, and using the correct moves, and despite being 10 levels higher, it was still getting its butt kicked. It was just... I don't know what was going on with it, but it definitely, like, soured my playthrough of, like, usually on my first playthrough I try to keep my starter. On later ones I'm okay with abandoning it and, you know, like, trying up a different team. But that was the first one where I'm like, this is not gonna work for me. It's just not gonna happen. And yeah, it did not work out. Turns out, yeah, I should have taken either of the other two and probably would have had a much better type, because I like both Greninja and Delphox enough to where I would have picked them. I like both of those dual typings of Fire Psychic and Water Dark a lot better than Grass Fighting. I like those individually, not too keen on them together, unfortunately. Maybe it's the 4x weakness to flying, but who knows? So yeah, it will depend on, in my mind, if they go for, like, stuff that is been first introduced in X and Y only, or if they're going to use, like, the full decks from X and Y, so you could get, like, Marill, Azumarill, etc. If that's the case, I'm probably going to be in for a much better time. That means I could pick up, you know, like, I could pick up Lucario, I could pick up Floatzel, I could pick up Goodra, I could pick up, Scolipede. I'm just, like, looking through the list very quickly here. I could pick up like one of the different starters. So that would give me like a pretty decent pool, and then maybe I could pick stuff that I would not normally think about choosing. So I'm hopeful that's the case. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Arceus Legends itself had quite a few gens to pick from and stuff. Like, heck, even the starters aren't all from the same gen. They're slightly different because they're ending versions, but like Rowlet and Cyndaquil are not from the same gen. Who knew? Answer, pretty sure everybody knew that. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll get a blend, which will be nice. It'll be nice to revisit Gen 6 and maybe like get some of that memory back of actually playing it, because again, that's probably the one that I remember the least. I remember 1 through 4 very clearly. I've watched enough people play Black and White that I like do remember parts of that pretty clearly. I remember Sun and Moon pretty clearly, and then everything else is recent enough that I remember it. But I remember so little about X and Y. I had Y, but like I do remember playing it. I do remember beating it, but I could not tell you any of the gyms. I could not tell you what the story was really about. Like it was, yeah, don't remember it that well. Sword and Shield is starting to get into that territory, but not quite to the degree that that X and Y are. Of like, I don't remember the story and stuff. I remember the big, wide expanses of area. Like that part was really cool. I do distinctly remember that. But I remember Swordward and Shieldbert with their stupid haircuts. That was kind of like a weird point in the series for me, of like Gens 5, 6, 7, and 8. Probably not so much 5 now, but at the time it probably would have been that. And then like Scarlet and Violet really kind of pulled me back into wanting to play it a lot. I have not done any of the DLC for Scarlet and Violet, but like I actually did take the time to play through all of what was available when it first came out. I did enjoy playing through it, even though people were griping about frame rate and stuff. I still enjoyed doing it. I streamed some of it. I bought both games, and I played Scarlet in my off time, like finished the Pokedex and everything. Definitely enjoyed it for sure. It's definitely not up there with like the first 4 gens for me, but it was still very, very good. I still enjoyed it for sure. It would be an interesting thing to do. Maybe at one point I'll do that. I'll rank all the Pokemon games, but like only the ones that I have played, because I don't feel like it's fair to be like, oh yeah, I thought like Blue Rescue Team was really bad or something like that, despite having never played it before. Which technically I played Red Rescue Team, and I do like the Mystery Dungeon games. But like I wouldn't put like Pokemon Ranger on there, for example, since I haven't played it. Ranger was just one that slipped through the cracks for me. It could be an interesting one to do. Maybe I'll do that. I have been thinking about, like, more recently going back into doing the YouTube videos for, like, the top 10 stuff. I know I did that for, like, the Mario Kart Wii tracks. I ranked those. I did that for the Double Dash tracks. But it would be kind of fun to do that for other stuff as well. Maybe doing, like, my list of favorite Pokemon and why. I've been thinking about doing it for the Mario Party games, both ranking the games as a whole, and then like the boards inside the games and the mini games inside the games. I think it's just because I've had writing on the brain, but like specifically script writing, not so much like. I mean, I don't have any. Well, I have one commission that I've been working on slowly, but like doing like fantasy or fiction writing just hasn't been heavy on my mind recently. And I'm not really sure why either. I think it's because I'm working on like that for somebody else, and it does require more brain power to do that when it's not my own work. Of like editing somebody else's is very different from like freely writing my own. But that's probably also because like I know exactly where I'm going and what I'm doing, because like with the one that I'm editing, mine will also be like a series. So I know where it will end up, much like he knows where his will eventually end up. I don't have all those dots in my head that of like I'm going to be connecting point A to B, B to C, etc. I know that they're out there somewhere, but I don't know what the point specifically is. Water bug, that should do normal damage. But it probably won't matter, because I doubt Palava's going to get a chance to do anything. Could be an interesting one to do. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll just like later tonight I'll come up with like 3 or 4 ideas and just like pick at random or whatever is really catching lately. And maybe while we do or while I'll write the script for that, and then maybe for getting the game footage we'll just stream whatever's necessary to be played, be it Mario Party, you know, like whatever would be necessary for it. That would make the Pokemon one a bit harder, because like if I'm going with my favorite Pokemon, I'd be pulling from a lot of gens, so as a result I'd have to be getting footage from a lot of gens, and some of the later ones, like the 3DS ones, I would not be able to do my own direct capture for that. I do have a DS capture board, but not a 3DS capture board. So yeah, who could really say? Let's see your best, Chikorita. You did it. We're proud of you. 10 out of 10. I can safely say with basically no uncertainty, I don't think I've ever picked Chikorita. That's one of the few starters from the early gens that I don't think I've ever chosen. I've picked all 3 before in Gen 1. I picked Cyndaquil and Toadette Island 2. I've definitely picked all 3 in Gen 3. I didn't do a full playthrough with Torterra, but I did pick Turtwig, and I got like decently far into the game. I was borrowing it from a friend rather than actually owning it myself. I have used Piplup. Have I used Chimchar? I'm pretty sure I have, at least at one point. So that would be everything in Gen 4. Black and White I definitely haven't, though, so that's where we cut off. I've only done a full playthrough of that one time, or I think done any playthrough that one time, so I would have only chosen Oshawott. I don't think I have any experience using Tepig or Snivy. I might have tried it on another, like on a friend's game, without saving the game to save over their progress to Snivy, so I wouldn't have gotten far. So that might be the extent, but regardless, I still haven't used Tepig either way. So that wouldn't hold true regardless. But yeah, no, never used Chikorita. Knew it wasn't my playstyle, knew I wasn't a fan, and as a result there was no reason for me to go for it. And I'm not super big on Venusaur, but that's less because I don't like it, and more it's just like, again, not my playstyle. I much prefer the Trico line because it's speedy. I just prefer having Pokemon typically that have higher speed. There's some exceptions to that, but like as a whole, I usually prefer having the speed advantage. I could have sworn he had more Pokemon than that. Like, most of the area leaders have, like, at least 4, but I guess he didn't. Maybe I'm thinking of Coliseum. I think in Coliseum, all of the area leaders have 6. They're, like, slightly lower level than you'd expect to counter the fact that they have 6, but maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Regardless, I think it's pretty obvious once you beat Map Battle and come back in here, like, they don't increase in difficulty or anything like that because you've beaten it. Which makes sense both canonically and also due to the fact of, like, just because you technically beat Mount Battle, like, yeah, you're probably in post-game, but, like, there's still an off chance, especially since you just got a level 5 if you just did that challenge, that you might be trying to level it up, and as a result of everything super high level, the only way to effectively do that would, of course, be to put it in your party and give it the experience share, or have it go out and then immediately retract it from the fight and send in something else and let it get the experience that way. Doing it the old-fashioned way, basically. One Cynical's not good enough for a battle? Well, don't say that. He tried his best. And he's still a good boy. You be nice. I didn't check. We had a female one, didn't we? No, it was a male. It was a male Quilava. Gotcha. One of those things where we try to avoid the bias of where, like, oh, that Pokemon looks like it's obviously female, even though it can easily be male. Much like with the Ralts line. You can get a male Gardevoir. Let's see here. Don't really have anything great for that Wooper, unfortunately. We'll just do this. I guess I technically could have flip-flopped those, but instinctively my brain's like, no, go for super effective, even though you're like 5 times his level. And therefore, pretty much as long as it can do damage, it will probably be a one-hit kill. That'll still work, though. And I hear a dog. Lovely. They have been woken up by the 9 o'clock crew. Lucky 13, unlucky for some. Not for me, though. So let's see what else has been new, because usually I don't do much, like, kind of relaxed talking whenever we're doing Final Fantasy X. We are about done, though, thankfully. I can say with pretty high confidence, provided that Icarus doesn't, like, just completely loaf around in the next episode, the next episode should be the final one. That should be the finale episode. Which is kind of cool, because with the exception of the fact that there was, like, a small cut where the internet cut out on one part, which I'm not going to count, that means we'll have done Final Fantasy X in 10 streams. It'll be archived as 11 videos, but that's because there's like a 3-minute video where the internet turned off and back on, but I'm not going to count that as 11 parts, because it was streamed in the same night. It was all one cohesive stream for us, at least, so... So yeah, that one will be done pretty soon. It'll be interesting to see, ultimately, what she thinks of it, ending notwithstanding. I think that might have been more of like a project for me rather than for her, but it is kind of like part of it is having her play games that she just never got a chance to or didn't experience or stuff like that. And you know, Final Fantasy kind of a big series, both in numbers of games and, like, you know, quote unquote, most people that would consider themselves gamers have probably at least played some Final Fantasy. Even if they haven't beaten it, they've, you know, gone through some of it. So now she can say that she's beaten Final Fantasy, or beaten a Final Fantasy. And I feel like 10's like largely a pretty good one to start with. It's not very different like 14 or 15 are. It's more of a classic one, but it's not one of the very early ones where there's like a very high difficulty curve of like the old days of trial and error, where like you kind of had to figure out through trial and error of like what's a good team set to have between fighter, warrior, black mage, white mage, red mage when choosing, and also just knowing where to go. A lot of that would have been trial and error. Nowadays, just literally using a guide. Whereas, you know, with 10, you can largely, at least, you know, with the exception of the bosses, and unless you're going for 100%, if you're playing through the game, you can probably get through most of it without a guide, honestly. There might be some boss mechanics that'll trip you up, but you won't be like, I have no idea where I'm going or what I'm doing, unless you take a huge break from the game and as a result don't remember where you were in the first place. I don't think it would be her least favorite project, but it'll probably be in the lower half, but I definitely enjoyed getting the chance to relive it. That's one I'd almost go back later and like play myself on stream, where it's me playing, where you've got somebody that's like gone through the game a couple times. Guiding her through that would have been my third playthrough, like full playthrough of getting all the legendary weapons and stuff. so would have like a bit more experience there, but definitely doing all that and doing all the off-screen stuff. Definitely Final Fantasy'd out for a while once that one ends. Still enjoying it, but like I wouldn't just turn around and immediately go play it again. Which is probably kind of interesting that I'm not Pokemon'd out. I feel like I've spaced this one out enough, not intentionally, mind you, but I feel like I've spaced this one out enough to where I don't feel burnt out on XD. It was just like not having the time to really be able to stream it effectively, or the energy. Like between yesterday and today, like I had tonight off and last night off. Those are the first 2 nights I had off in 2 weeks, because it was like, oh well, you got Thursday, Friday off. Then I had to come in for meetings on Thursday, and I had to come in for meetings on Friday, which were the classic work. This could have been sent in an email, and also not while your overnight team's trying to sleep, because you're forcing them to stay up. And to you, it's 11 a.m., and that's reasonable, but because we're overnights, you're basically asking us to come in for a meeting that will start at 11 p.m. and will go till 1 o'clock in the morning. You wouldn't ask that of your day staff. That would be unreasonable. But because it's us... Not even spite-wise, I genuinely think, like, people that have overnight teams like that have them come in for day meetings, like, at least twice a year, they need to have a meeting at, like, 2 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock in the morning, where the overnights are awake and the day staff's asleep, just to make them remember exactly what that's like every time they're calling us in. And being like, yeah, unless it is absolutely necessary for you to be here, you don't need to be here, because that's 95% of the time, you don't need to be there. Level 20. How am I looking on stats here? Yeah, pretty even across the board for attack, defense, special attack, special defense. I get the feeling, unfortunately, he's just not going to be a good attacker on either side, because, you know, he's jolly nature, so special attack's not going to be high. Good speed, good HP, but I expect good speed with a jolly nature, or at least, you know, okay. We beat Gale. It's Joel, but spelled differently, I guess? I don't know. No, you should keep cute Pokemon. I have at least one on my team. Hint, 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 hint. Him. He the cute one. No, it's Walrein, clearly. I think we had the discussion last time we were doing my battle, like some of the uglier Pokemon, I think, in the series, and I believe the crown ultimately went to Probopass for being the ugliest one, at least for my money's worth. It's like a nightmare fuel version of Mr. Potato Head or something. Ugh. So yeah, even though it's been busy, it's had some perks. Like, part of it was quote-unquote self-inflicted because I was doing a lot of the excess training that I had to do for the year. Because we're required to do an additional 50 hours of training per year. Not like in person, ones that you do online and you send in the certificates. Mine's done now for the year. I finished mine in February. I did all 50 hours in February. Which was technically 40, but I did 50 because I had 10 roll over from last year, so now that 10 is going to roll over to next year. So the only trainings that I'll have left are just the in-person ones, and other than that, I don't need to be coming in for meetings for the rest of the year. Which is good, because I don't want to hear it. Like, I'm doing that on purpose. I want it out of sight. I want it out of mind. I don't need that coming up when my vacations are going to be coming up later in the year with, like, let's see, early June, early September. Like, I just don't need that stuff coming up. Like, while I'm trying to plan and prepare, be like, oh, by the way, you got this thing that you need to come in for while you're, you know, like, making sure all your plans are set and your flights are set and that you double and triple check that they actually did take your time off and let you go, all that other stuff. So that part was good about it, at least. Obviously, it's a bigger paycheck because we do get paid for doing those, so there's that to it as well. But like to me, this is, well, not so much March, but like January, February is kind of like the crappiest part of the year. Not this one in particular. This one was actually pretty good, other than being sick, which was part of the reason we had such big breaks in this and in Final Fantasy X. Mostly actually due to me, which is a bit odd. But yeah, like the January, February, I don't know if it's post-holiday or whatever. I don't think it is for me personally. I think it might be for the majority of people, but it's like, it's just cold and miserable outside, which thankfully it's not right now, but like around that time it's just cold and miserable about outside, like all that stuff that you're required for work starts rolling over, you know, other junk like that. And so I figured, you know what, let's just like put nose to the grindstone and just take care of it. So like I said, all the training's done. The minute that I could do my taxes, I did that. I got it out of the way. Next week I'll be taking in my car for its final vehicle inspection, because we're required to do those in the state of Texas. But this is the last year that we're required to do them, I think. I think after this, if I remember correctly, 2025, they're no longer going to make that a requirement. The reason being, not because they don't care about you keeping your car in check, it's because they lose a very substantial amount of money, because the inspection costs like $15 to do, but you're asking a worker that's making $150 an hour to do an inspection that takes 2 hours, so like obviously you're losing money on that. So the vehicle inspection will be done, the taxes will be done, you know, I updated the vehicle, all the adult stuff that you just like normally kind of sporadic throughout the year. I'm like, just literally get all of it out and done now, as much as I can possibly get done, just so I don't have to see it later on. And I'm sure that will probably pay off, like, once... I'll still have a fair few in-person trainings to do, because they're either yearly or bi-yearly, and I got hired in April. So, like, I expect to see more of those come up this month or next. But, like, after April's done, or, like, mid-May, like, June, July, August, September, all the way through December, I should be seeing very little for stuff like that. Yeah, we'll take quick attack. We'll swap that out for tackle. Probably not keeping it, but it's fine. I didn't realize you got it that late. I could have sworn you got it in, like, the 15, 16 range, not 21. Oh well. Yeah, it is nice to have, like, that overhead yearly junk that you have to do. Just that, watching that, I wouldn't say, like, the cloud. It's not depression or anything, but just having that daunting task above your head of, like, yeah, you've literally done all that you can do for this current time being. You do have to wait on some stuff until it gets closer to a deadline where they'll actually let you do it, but a very high bulk of it has just been taken care of, and now don't have to worry about it for quite a while. So that is a definite part to lift off of my shoulders, for sure. Now, this is the area leader. Didn't even make mention of him, but yeah, this is the area leader. He's sending out Pokemons, and he's doing his thing. That was a camera angle. Well, it's still got Wingull, that's the important thing. Just throw whatever at him. Take that, Eldoff. Does that say anything backwards? F-O-D-L-E, Fodl? No, not really. Sounds kind of like a Fodley, like the grunt that's in this game in Coliseum. I probably should have used those coupons for something before coming in here, but, like, it's not that big a deal. The wise thing to do would be to, like, take those and get Flamethrower for Quilava. Though I don't remember if you can get Flamethrower there, or if it's, Fire Blast. If it's Fire Blast, I probably would have passed on it. Blast Burn can do a similar job just fine. It just depends on, do you want the lower accuracy, or do you want to sacrifice a turn to use this move? But either way, it's not that big a deal. And I'm aware, yeah, I could have used like the PP ups, PP max on Blast Burn. It's alright, but like I'm really not big on moves that sacrifice a turn to like attack. Protect is the only one that you might be able to get away with that, but I feel like that's where you have a team strategy that revolves around using Protect. And this is probably one of the few games where I'd actually use it, because single player, probably never, honestly. At least not in a story mode, because, you know, if you're like, oh, I'll use Protect and block this attack that will do super effective damage, odds are they're just going to do the same attack again, so you're either going to be switching out what you would have done anyway, your Pokemon's going to be taking damage, which it would have done anyway, or you're going to be trying to use Protect again, which has a higher chance to fail the more often you do it, so you're going to be kind of running into a situation regardless. Alright, now we're starting to get into levels here where Quilava might actually get outsped. By Togetic, I don't know, truthfully. No, he's still fast enough right now. Metronome. Alright, well that could do anything. How about self-destruct? That would be funny. Nope, Outrage. Well, surprisingly, you picked the right target despite not knowing what move you were gonna get, but you're toast either way, dude. Yeah, all that to say, while work's been busy, it definitely has been better as a whole. I got moved to a different station, which was really nice, because I did not ask to be moved. It was funny, because I thought the staff I was working with asked for me to get moved, and they thought I asked to get moved away from them. It turns out neither was the case. It was actually my supervisor that decided to do that and did not tell me or them. And there was another reason that was not related to me at all. But it was actually her call of like, no, they're straight up taking advantage of you. I'm not cool with that. And so we're going to move you somewhere else. And as a result, it has been very nice by comparison since. Like, you'd be surprised how much of a difference it is of like actively feeling like you're welcome in your working environment. Of like, yeah, no, please come on in, as opposed to like, oh god, it's that person that like takes care of stuff while I sleep because I have to sleep, because you can't work 24/7. Very, very different atmosphere. Much nicer one as a result. They've been working on redoing all the bathrooms on our campus, which has been interesting. It's not really been that bad, but it hasn't affected our station yet, because we're going to be working on ours last, I believe. The reason being is we've got an empty bed in ours, so whenever somebody needs to be taken from one location to another, they can be in that empty room. So they would save that one for last, and then of course, once they're working on one that's in our station, we just move them into that room until it's done, and then move them back. So we'll see the real difficult part with that once they're done with the other two stations that they're working on. But of the 3 stations that they need to work on out of the 4, ours is the one that needs the least by a pretty substantial margin. So it actually genuinely does. For once, it actually makes sense what management's doing. Very rare. What doesn't make sense is how they're doing it, because that part's a bit dumb, but they're basically taking Jack and Jill bathrooms. For those that don't know, think like dorm rooms where you have 2 dorm rooms connected to each other by the bathroom. So like if you've got rooms like 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 in a hallway, like 1 and 3 share a bathroom, 5 and 7 share a bathroom, 9 and 11 share a bathroom, that type of thing. So they're making them all individual bathrooms, but as a result, because they have to, you know, find the space for putting in an additional bathroom, essentially, they're cutting out a lot of storage space, and they did not give anybody like any real ideas of like, hey, yeah, here's what you can do for storage. It was just like, no, you'll figure it out. So a lot of people are losing storage space for stuff where they like store their towels, their blankets, like all that stuff. So they have to figure it out, and we will too, unfortunately, and my station as well, same as everybody else. but they're also doing stuff like, bearing in mind that we're working with kids, they're doing stuff like installing the light switches on the outside of the bathroom, where anybody could just go over and just turn the light off while you're in there. You know, like, potentially causing you to trip and fall and hurt yourself. It's like, did no one think that was a bad idea? No one at all. Alright. So, even when they do things kind of right, they still do it wrong. I'm pretty sure most people would agree that's a dumb idea. I keep forgetting Nose Pass is not steel, even though it looks like it is. Probably can learn some steel moves, but eh. I'm pretty sure that's just a rock. Which means we're gonna just sit there and miss. Flygon can't escape now. Yeah, because that was an issue. Speaking of issues, missing over and over. Just keep blocking away, my boy. There we go. Just use Dragon Breath at that point. It probably did make a difference, because again, it's less than half my level, but... Steel is one of those types of, like, while I use it pretty often defensively, I need to get better with, like, remembering what it's good against offensively. But I feel like it's got more defensive capability than offensive, just due to how many things it resists. But offensively, it is good against some stuff, I just forget that a lot. Rock's basically the only one I remember that it's good against. Speaking of Pokemon, I don't remember what is good or bad against them. Because this is like Grass Rock, I think? Grass, and like, this is just one that nobody really ever remembers, but... Dragon's a nice neutral type against most things, so it's not going to be weak, it's not going to be strong in most cases, so... Blow it away, move on. Alright, we're over, well now officially, we're over a quarter of the way there. Of course, these early ones, again, not going to be too terribly difficult. If these are difficult for you at this point in the game, how did you beat Greevil? So I would genuinely like to know. What else has happened in the gaming world since last we talked? There's been like a lot of newer games that have come out. I know like Helldivers has been out. This will probably date, at least to some degree, what's been coming out recently. Like Helldivers 2, before that it was Pal World. I did not play much Helldivers, I did do a fair bit of Pal World. Did some single player, most of it was multi. And we've been thinking about like starting the server over just because like a lot of people, and it was mostly my fault, question mark. I wouldn't say it's my fault, it was just I was being dumb, I suppose. But I played it a lot whenever I was at work and didn't have anything else going on, so it was early in the morning. So that was like my catching up hours were... Did Blastburn miss? Or no, he protected, that's what it was. So I would usually play it then, but like a lot of people were just like, oh, well, I missed it for like a day, and all of a sudden like our base has been so substantially upgraded and all this stuff that I just like could not keep track of what was where, and just was like, don't really feel like playing if I'm falling behind type of thing. So I even told the person that is the world owner, I was like, yeah, for the record, as the person that's way too far ahead, if you want to reset the server and have everybody start over together, I am all for that. By all means. I'm sitting at like level 45. I think the next closest person is like 15 levels below me. So like I'm totally fine with starting from the beginning. Trying to think what else. I know Splatoon 3 had its DLC doing the Chaos side. I figured that would probably come up eventually, because they had that huge thing between Order and Chaos on Splatoon 2 for the final thing, and then Chaos obviously won, and that was going to determine initially what they, oops, I had that backwards in my head. There we go. Which one they were going to do, and I'm like, I feel like regardless of which one wins, like, eventually the other one's going to show up at some point. So, I've not seen any actual gameplay of it, but I'm not surprised to see that they did that. I think that was a good call, because I know that there were some people that were like, I kind of wanted to see the Order side rather than the Chaos side, just to see what it was like, so I am actually fully okay with that. Really it for gaming stuff, at least that I follow. There's like some new additions to stuff like Walkabout Mini Golf here and there, but nothing too terribly big. Most of my time gaming these days, if I'm not working, is mostly spent on VR stuff, even if I'm not in VR, but Walkabout is one of those ones. I've been wanting to stream that. I just unfortunately don't think my laptop's got the capacity to do both streaming a VR game and playing a VR game at the same time. It can do one or the other just fine, but I don't think it can do both together. I just don't think it's powerful enough for that. That said, I am working on saving up, not for a new PC build, but actually for traveling next year, and I'm intentionally over-saving, so anything that I don't use in that travel will almost assuredly be going to getting a proper tower again. And if I've got the tower, then I'm much more confident that that wouldn't be an issue. I don't think it's because my laptop's bad at all. I think it's just a simple fact that a tower has better cooling abilities through fans or whatever than a laptop is, and I don't think anybody would disagree with that unless you're comparing a brand new laptop to a very old tower that's dusty and has not been cleaned. That might be the only way you can have a fair comparison, but like having that additional space, the additional fans to keep it cool, that makes a big difference of not having issues like that. So when that does eventually come around, yeah, I would definitely be into figuring out how to set up more VR based stuff, be it VR chat, Walkabout Mini Golf, Beat Saber. Probably not Beat Saber, that doesn't really work that well for a streaming game, at least in terms of commentary. Like just playing it with no commentary, yeah, you can absolutely do that, but otherwise it's like, no, this would just result in me being out of breath from playing high-level songs and trying too hard. I'm in that weird area of, like, depending on the song, because most of what I do is custom now, so custom, you know, your mileage may vary, of, like, Expert's just a little bit too easy, but Expert Plus is way too hard for me. With custom ones, it's usually sitting around, like, somewhere about that same thing, but instead of Expert and Expert Plus, it's probably hard and Expert, because custom-made ones are typically harder, but the issue with finding good custom-made ones is they're either way too easy or way too hard. Like, they're set for easy or Expert Plus. It's hard to find ones that are middle difficulties. But what are you gonna do, right? Yeah, if you do like doing mini golf games, and you have VR, I cannot recommend Walkabout Mini Golf enough. It is really, really good, both the main game and the DLCs. The DLCs for, like, it's probably one of the best DLC deals that I see on anything newer, at least. What do I want to do here? At least this will do normal damage because it's got that ice subtype. But like for $3 on doing Walkabout Mini Golf, like you get 18 mini golf holes. You get 18 new balls because there's a lost ball that you have to like find on each hole. So you get 18 different like balls to pick, you know, colors or styles or whatever from. You get an additional 18 holes on top of that for the hard mode course once you either collect at least 10 of the lost balls or get even or better. So you get a second course on top of that. You get a fox hunt / scavenger hunt to get a new putter. And if anybody in your group that you're playing with owns the DLC, everybody else can play it even if they don't own it. They can't pick up the balls, but they can at least play the course. So you get all that for $3. And you don't have to keep buying it like you would with an actual mini golf course where you have to, you know, keep playing for, you know, doing the 18 holes again. You just pay it once and you have it. So, yeah, it's a very good deal. They are not sponsoring me to say that. That is all me. with all the hours I've dumped into Walkabout. She's probably pushing 60 at this point. Let's take a little look here. Stardew Valley updated again. They've been doing a lot of like very small updates recently. I wonder what they've been just trying to do small bug fixes or. Oh no, 85. Oof, I was way off. 85.3 hours. Close Steam, get a little bit of a space saved up here. Oh yeah, that was something I'd done in my spare time. Was cleaning out my C drive, which I very badly needed to do. I've taken some of that storage back, but yeah, I was running down to about like 5 or 6 gigs, I think, of free data on my C drive, and just through like cleaning stuff out that I didn't need, erasing duplicates, I got it all the way up to 95 gigs compared to 9. Little different. My D drive, of course, still has plenty. It's still got like 183 gigs left on it from what I'm looking at right now, but I like having both as an option. I'm sure once I finish up playing Final Fantasy X with Icarus, like I'll probably remove that because I think that is one of the few games that I do have on my C drive, and it's obviously a decently big file, so that'll of course take up or remove some of that space. I think both the other big games that I have downloaded from Steam are both on my D drive, so I should be okay there. One of them I'm sure on, the other one I'm not 100% sure on, but I've been working through playing that finally, so. That was one that I had since January of 23. Had it bought, had it like installed, downloaded, like ready to go, and then did not touch it until January of this year. But it was kind of just fell in that perfect spot of like everything else that I had been working on playing, with I guess the exception of this, I had just like finished them all up. Like they'd all wrapped up at the same time. And I was like, well, I've had this sitting in my library for like a year now, and it's as good a time as any to play it. So I've been working through doing a game that I've never played before. In fact, it's actually 3 games I've never played before, which is the Reignited trilogy for Spyro. Reason being that I never played them growing up is I did not own Sony consoles growing up. I was the Nintendo kid, as you could probably tell. My cousin, that lived, let's see, at the time he would have been in Amarillo, Texas. So, like, a pretty decent ways away from me. He would have been the Sony kid. I only saw him at, like, holidays, Thanksgiving, that kind of thing. And then we had one other cousin that was, like, way, way off northeast that was the Microsoft kid. And again, saw them basically on holidays every now and again, even less than I did my other cousin. But just as a result, never played it. If I would have done like a platformer collectathon, which I didn't do either of these, it would have been probably either Donkey Kong 64 or Banjo-Kazooie. Would have been one of the two. But since I didn't get into gaming proper and like buy my own stuff and whatnot until basically the start of... I always get these backwards. Well, no, this is not great either way. Alright, well, we'll just do... Let's see how this does at full health. I don't know. But like as a result, because I didn't start collecting my own stuff until like the GameCube cycle, I would have missed both those games because those are in 64. So like the collectathons for me would have been stuff like Super Mario Sunshine, basically. But I didn't get into those games as quickly. It was either RPGs of stuff like Pokemon or games like Smash Melee, Mario Kart Double Dash, like racing, fighting, not collectathons, just wrong genre for that. So, not necessarily a good or bad thing. I don't know if I would have appreciated it then as much as I would now, but I mean, you could say that about probably any game that you play growing up. Unless it's just straight up bad and it was like, no, that was your option. You either play this or you don't play anything. You just don't have the money for it, or parents can't drive to the store, whatever the case might be. That should be enough crunch. We'll get rid of that. No. So dramatic. So damn dramatic. 29. Surely, Flame Wheel's got to be coming up, right? Am I just wrong? Like, now I'm curious. Noom. Yeah, it's Friday night. I shouldn't be too terribly surprised. No, this is saying level 20. But again, this is more for leveling up. Like, worst case scenario, if you actually wanted to, make this a proper member of your team, you could go to the move reminder and pick up anything that you might have missed somewhere along the way. So no big deal there. But yeah, have definitely been enjoying Reignited Trilogy. If you like, I would even say it's like DK64 or Kazooie levels of like when you think of those for collectathons, you're like, that is a lot of game. It's definitely not as much game as that, for sure. So like, if that feels daunting to you, I wouldn't worry about it as much. As somebody who only looked up one thing between the two games that I've played thus far, I have put in... I gotta wait for this to load again to make sure I got this right. I've gone through 120% of the first game, and I'm literally right at 50% on the second game. And bearing in mind that I've stopped and taken breaks where I just had the game running, it has taken me 18 hours. Which you could probably lower that to 15 hours. So, like, it's definitely not the same insanity that it is with games like that. And bearing in mind, that's doing it blind, no guide like that or anything. So I'm just, like, messing around, trying to figure out where to go, what to do, etc. And there's only been one thing where I just outright had to look it up. And when I did, I was like, okay, I had the right idea, I had the right starting point for where I needed to be, but I never would have guessed that was what I was supposed to do. If you have played this before, in the first game, the treetops with the ramps, you probably know now. If you did 100% anyway. And that's the other thing, you don't have to do 100%, and if you're not doing 100%, I feel like those games go by very quickly, honestly. I feel like you would be going through them at an alarmingly fast rate. And they are obviously more difficult to 100% than complete, but I don't feel like it's the insanity that it was with, say, like, Yoshi's Island or Mario Sunshine, or, like, certain games where just 100%ing a game just sucks. Like, it's a pretty good game to play, but 100%ing it is just awful. It doesn't feel like one of those. Not for the 1.5 games out of the 3 I've played thus far. So since I'm done with 1 and halfway through 2, I'm pretty much right at the halfway mark. It's also made doubly funny that one of the VAs in the second game is actually the same voice actor as Asahina, Aoi Asahina from Danganronpa, so I can't unhear her now. The big 3-0, the dirty 30. Being a 30, let's go on up to 35. What else have I been playing recently? I've gotten back into Terraria a tiny bit while at work, mostly just kind of like dinking around when I have an hour where it's like it's not enough time to get situated and start writing, because by the time I do, something will come up or, something will happen, as opposed to where I usually have bigger gaps. Walkabouts on here. I need focus. There. I have actually played a couple rounds. I've had 2 play sessions, rather, which apparently is amounted to just under 4 hours, according to this, of doing Lethal Company, which has been interesting. It is a good reminder that I'm horrible with directions. The rest of it I'm actually pretty okay with. The jumping across chasms and stuff like that, that part's not too terribly difficult for me. But, like, if I have to get back to the ship on a complicated map, and I don't have anybody to guide me, I'm toast. Like, I'll literally wander in circles. It's bad. It's real bad. What else in here? I got a gift game that I need to try in VR, but I'll let you know how that one goes at a later date. I kind of stopped playing it, but I did enjoy playing it. Coral Island was interesting. It definitely has like a weird vibe to it, and I'm willing to bet at least a fair few people watching this stream might be too young to remember this, but like a lot of like the PC games back in the day of like wild tangent games, like online ones where you would buy it where they had like those human 3D models, kind of like The Sims, but they look a little bit more polished in the terms of as in they actually have more polish on them. Like they look shiny, they're more rounded rather than blocky and whatnot. The characters kind of look like that, but it still was a lot of fun to play. I did enjoy it a fair bit. It took a little bit of getting off the ground, but once it does, like, it's a lot of fun. Having the warps unlocked decently early helps substantially, for sure. Otherwise, I feel like the game would not be very good. And it doesn't have quite the same magic Stardew did, but it definitely captured my interest. I got through a fair bit of it. This is one where you're trying to like rank up the town to get to S rank, and I think I was at B. You start at let's see, you go F, E, all the way up to A, and then S. So I was pretty close, all things considered. I'd rather get rid of that Gligar, honestly. Cool. I didn't think it was going to survive that, but something was just telling me, like, it might survive for some reason. Nope, we're in the clear on that. How are we looking stat-wise over here? Yeah, they're about where they were relative to each other. Attack, defense, special attack, special defense are all kind of in that same area. Speed and HP are a little bit higher. There's Flame Wheel at 31. I was probably looking at it on a different gen, but yes, I would like to learn Flame Wheel. 60-100 versus 40-100. Since attack and special attack are basically the same, at this point you can basically just go with the number it tells you, which is kind of different. You don't really get to do that very often. I don't think I've ever used Quilava as a mixed attacker, oddly. I have with Charizard. I've done a special attacker version, I've done a physical attacker version, and I've done a mixed attacker. I've definitely done a special attack with Quilava, and I'm pretty sure I've done a physical one as well, but I don't think I've done a mixed. Maybe I'll give that a try at some point. I don't know, I'd have to look at his... Well, I mean, I've got it still up here. I still have a tab on. What does his base stats look like? Technically, I should be looking at Typhlosion's, but... Attack, base stack is 64, special is 80, so it is a little bit leaned towards special rather than physical. How about for Typhlosion? Does that change drastically? The numbers go up, but the ratio still looks to be about the same. So yeah, it's more built for a special attacker. That makes sense. Ooh, grass and bugs. That'll work well for Quilava. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing like new PC stuff in the coming year. Maybe if I end up having like, if I can guesstimate more effectively of how much cost wise, I might work on it sooner rather than later. But I'll be flying over, like I say that in like a more clear way as opposed to like guessing of how much I'd spend, because obviously you would want to go with just intentionally higher numbers on saving, and if you've got leftover money, oh no, question mark, as opposed to undershooting and making a bad call. But since I'm planning on going overseas to the UK for a convention, and I've got a friend that's going to be doing that this year in a couple months. Yeah, actually literally a couple now, May. Whenever he travels over there, I'm like, I can always just ask, like, between, you know, travel, hotel, food, etc., about how much did you spend, just to give me, like, a base idea of what I'm shooting for. And if he gives me a number of, like, yeah, this is about the total I spent, and it's going to be, like, oh, I'm saving up over double from that, I could probably start on it earlier. Harmless Guy, who has not been on a stream in quite some time, or even like a video. He's been busy with work stuff as well. But he's been doing a lot of PC builds. He recently finished up one of his own, so I know he'll be able to help me figure that out. Most of it I like get conceptually. The big problem with me is putting it together, because I just have giant like glove keeper hands. So when working with small parts, that's just not ideal. It's not. Like, I remember a while back having to, switch that to Dragon Breath, to replace a fan on my old tower. And I knew exactly what I needed to do, but I literally just could not get one section out. It's just like my hands were too big. I could not do it physically. I knew exactly what I needed to do, like, all the other parts of the installation of putting the fan in, like, that was all no problem, but I just could not get that piece. Fingers were too big. So I know a lot of that is just the issue of, like, yep, it just won't... It's literally through no fault of my own. It is not something of, like, oh, you just need to get good. Unless get good involves freezing your fingers to where they shrink so much that you can effectively do it, which probably is not the best health decision, so not going to be doing that. Yeah, that would be one way to start it. But again, I wouldn't be able to get that quote, saying that in quotes, fittingly, of about how much he would be spending for that. And of course, it could vary a little bit, but I would also be checking to see exactly how much I'd be spending on a more ideal build. Freaking expensive-ass graphics cards. It's gotten a little better in the sense of, like, more accessible, not just scalpers, but man, it's... You don't really need the 4090, which at least at this point currently is, like, the quote-unquote best one, but man, it feels like that graphics card, if you were to get it, you could probably get the rest of your build for less money than just the graphics card by itself. Let's see, what are we doing here? I don't remember what Anorith is. I'm pretty sure it's a bug something. Is it a water bug? In which case, Flameo would break even on modifiers. I guess we'll find out, though. Broke even, yeah. So it's bug and something that resists fire. I want to say it's water, but I could be wrong. Could be something else. Oh, I see what you're planning. All right. Or that was meant for the Hitmon top earlier. It could have been that, too. Hitmon top almost assuredly had guts. Not sure about Wigglytuff, but let's not find out. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that trip. It'll be weird, but it's nice having the official green light to be able to travel with folks not being in great health and whatnot. let's have a look here. Yeah, these are all about the same. 51, 53, 54, 55. Yeah, still sitting about the same. All right. Yeah, it's like such a weird feeling of since basically 14, whenever my mom was initially diagnosed with, got rid of it at the time because we didn't know about it until the surgery was going on for something unrelated of thyroid cancer. But like ever since that procedure in particular, like her health had been steadily declining, and so it was like, yeah, don't really get the opportunity to travel, at least not like a trip that's for just me. Because like from 14 to 18, too young to travel by yourself, and then from 18 to basically now, it's like, no, you need to be there in case something comes up. Not something serious of like, oh, she's in the hospital, but like, oh, she needs a ride somewhere and your dad's busy working, whatever the case might be. But now that we've actually got more people that can help with that, which is surprising. True, but still surprising. Yeah, that'll break even. It's like, even though I've gone through, at this point, all but 1 year of my 20s, it's like now I'm actually getting the opportunity to travel. I didn't have anything to do with, like... I mean, some of it was being broke, but I could have saved up for it, but because I knew I couldn't travel, why save for something you know you're not going to be able to do for 10 years when you're 20, and you can use that money for, like, your student loans and, you know, all that other stuff that's still required. And I know there's plenty of people out there that are like, you know, in their older years, and they're like, one of the biggest things I wish I'd done more was travel. And it's like a weird feeling of like, now that I'm getting to basically being 30 years old, you know, like this time next year I will be 30. Ugh. That like I'm finally getting the chance to like do all this stuff that I want to do, and traveling was very high up on that list of like going to see friends that are overseas. Especially considering, like, the last time that I did any traveling, which was for just me, which this was... Oh, gosh. This is a while back. I'd have been closer to 20 rather than 30, roughly. But, like, wanted to take a trip, wanted to make it for just me. And, like, did, and then all of a sudden, my parents were like, hey, we flew over to where you were, and we're, like, headed to your hotel right now. It was like, yeah, really not in the mood for this. It was just, like, literally the worst possible timing. Also, like, if you're a parent or a friend or anybody that's thinking about doing that, of, like, hey, this friend is, like, taking a trip on their own because they want to, don't invite yourself. Please don't. You can ask if they want company, but don't just invite yourself to join along. Don't do that. I cannot stress enough how dumb that is. That wasn't even like a protective parent thing. It was just like, oh, we haven't been to that part of the US and we want to go. And it's like, yeah, go on your own time. Don't come and mess up what I'm trying to do here. They probably meant it in a very well-meaning way, but it's like, yeah, you literally could not have picked a worse thing to do. It's just such a bad idea. But, like, that was my last experience traveling alone, like, at that age where I, like, actually went a very far distance from where I live. I've taken a couple yearly trips now, but, like, it's nothing that I couldn't get back home very quickly, as opposed to, like, you know, a flight overseas, which is, you know... Sure, you can get back kind of quick, but it's not like, oh yeah, I'll be there in 2 hours quick. Which is also weird, because they still both feel bad about the fact that I didn't go to, like, the Switzerland, Denmark, Norway area with them, despite the fact I would not have had to pay a dime for it. And I still feel good about that decision, hearing what they did while they were there, which was basically nothing. They kind of just stayed in the hotel as much as they possibly could have. Of, like, you've got all this culture, all this history, like, all this stuff to do and see, and, like, just didn't do it? Like, that's just called traveling. That's not a vacation. Like... Because to me, traveling is like, it's literally a 50-50 split. It's where you go, and if anybody, who you're traveling with, and there's nothing wrong with going solo either. If it's a trip just for you where you want to just go and do specific things that nobody else wants to, you could still have a great time with that. But like, it's more having the right person can really make a trip, and having the wrong person can absolutely destroy it. Without a doubt, can destroy it. And I feel like going there, like, I got, as bad as it sounds, I got like so much work done. Like, there was all these other passion projects I had that I wanted to do that I knew while I was alone at the house, like, I could take care of the pets, I could get all this stuff done that I wanted to. It wasn't like work in terms of going to a job making money. It was stuff that I did want to do, and it did feel like a vacation, so I'd still stand by not going to that. Whereas now it would feel like very different. Like this one, I'm going to visit friends that I actually like want to go hang out with, that like we've got specific things that we would want to do. Like, thankfully they'll never hear this because they'll probably never watch this video. I like literally some of the best dreams I have while I'm asleep are of us just being able to like hang out all in the same area. Like imagining me living over there and like a couple other people from the US that are not close to me at all, living to the point of like where everybody's just like an hour drive away, where it's just like every weekend we can go to like a different person's house and hang out, or like go to a restaurant or whatever. Like, I don't get that luxury, and part of that's just because of how big Texas is. And people are like, oh, you're close to Dallas-Fort Worth. No. If you're living over the pond, you can get through multiple countries faster than I can get through my state. Sorry. But it's weird to think like a couple years ago, like I would have not given it a second thought. I'd be like, yeah, whatever, I can work on my own stuff. And now it's just like, oh, I'm so jealous that I could potentially like have that ability to just like actually go see friends that well and truly want to hang with. Oh. So glad the last, like, see at this point, I'm working backwards in my head. I'm doing math here. $7 months? Might be 8. It's really hard to do the months backwards in my head for some reason. I just now realized that. Holy cow, that's weird. Oh well, it's the exact number is not really that important. But like the last 7 to 8 months or whatever have been definitely the best in the last 10 years for almost guaranteed. And might actually go back to 15 even. Like it's that big a jump in quality. I think part of it is just also like the problem with being the person of like taking care of your folks and whatever. Like the really actually hard part. Oh gosh, I don't really have a good way to deal with that Shelgon. Well, I guess Dragon Breath will have to do. That should probably be fine. It's still only like 19 levels behind. That should be okay. That Sneasel's gonna outspeed me though, I can guarantee you. At least against Quilava it will. It's like you get the good and the bad of the expectation of like, oh yeah, this person's dependable, like, but you get the bad side of like they always expect you to just be there constantly at the drop of a hat, when like you still do have like your own life and these other things you want to do, and then you get put in the weird scenario of like, I do want to live my life and go do all these things I want to do with friends and whatnot, but I also don't want to be a dick and just like literally leave someone for dead either, because that's also a pretty dick thing to do. See, it's just like you either feel like you're a horrible person or you suffer in silence, basically, and not really either of those are very very fun, oddly enough. Who could have imagined that, huh? But not only did... Oh, man, he just, like, barely survived that. I was busy taking a drink, and since it's down to the dregs, I had to mute my mic, so I wasn't paying attention. Man, I got them both down to, like, almost dead. Well, that'll probably kill Sneasel. Oh, something, at least. 36, that means we will have an evolution at the end of this fight. Oh, this point. You could just give it a nice little How fitting, too, a Quilava versus a Grovyle matchup. That will only make sense to me, or anybody that read the original copy of that story, but, oh well. Do need to work on that more this year. Been bad about that. But again, working on a project for editing for a friend as opposed to, like, my own personal one, so I always feel like there's more of a deadline hanging over my head on that as opposed to my own stuff. Anyway, what were we talking about before that? We were talking about Quilava evolving. No, we were talking about having those expectations. But, like, you also just, like, have the generic expectation. Like, I'm willing to bet most of, if not all of, my family, and probably a pretty good chunk of friends that I had for, like, a very long time, have just, like, the expectation of, like, yeah, like, he streams in his own time because he really likes video games, he's taking care of his family, and other than that, like, he's not really interested in all that much. And it's like, no, I actually have, like, a lot of other interests and, like, passions that I just knew that I would not have the time to explore. Like, doing writing was not something that I had a lot of time to explore. That was just, like, something I kind of did in my off time, and I was like, oh, yeah, he does, like, script writing for his videos. Like, no, it's not always that. Like, having all that other stuff that it's like, yeah, I wanted to do it, but, like, there would have been no opportunity to do it, or would have been ridiculed for doing it because of the certain company that my family keeps of being very old-fashioned. It just, like, it would not have been a possibility. At least not in their eyes, of like, oh, that would tarnish reputation of like, oh, you want to learn how to sing? No son of mine's gay. Like, it's that unfortunate level of old-fashioned values, quote-unquote, that I'd have to deal with growing up. But now that I've kind of got my own place, still in town, still to take care of my own folks, but, like, you get to live your own life and, like, find your own actual interests. Made me think the other day, I was like, man, we need to normalize, like, allowing people to go to college when they're, like, 30, not 18. Because you will know a lot more about yourself when you're 30 versus 18. Like, you were still a child at that point. I know in the eyes of the law you're an adult, but, like, you're not an adult. Developmentally, now we know, at least until, like, 26. And trust me, there's plenty of people that are well past 26 that don't act like adults. So I feel like 30 is a more reasonable number to shoot for, of, like, doing that. The big problem is a lot of people want to start a family, and by the time you've hit 30, there are plenty of people that have done that they've got kids that are, you know, they're probably already in school at that point, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. So it runs into its own issues there. But, like, the 20s have been up and down. Started pretty bad, and then, like, around, like, 23, 24, 25 was pretty good. Then, like, kind of nosedive back into 26 and 27. But the last 7 months, for sure, while I was 28 and now 29, have easily been the best of the decade I've had thus far. And it's definitely been with 5 people in particular that have really made that so much better than it was. And they'll never hear this, so I'll never feel embarrassed about saying it. I swear to God, if they find this and clip this, I'm going to kill one of them. Just because I love them does not mean I won't kill them. Oh man, this is not good. I'm gonna assume Combusken's got like some flame eater thing, I guess. Not really either of those options are feasible to attack with a fire move. But at least Quagsire won't completely eat it, potentially. If I'd known that it was gonna not quite kill him, I probably would have just gone with a quick attack and finished it off, but whatever. That's gonna do next to nothing. Doesn't really matter who got targeted. I gotta know, isn't enough? Is that enough damage? Yep. So let's see, Combusken's not too terribly bulky in the defense department. Like, it's okay, but it's not Quagsire, for one. That I can definitely attack with a fire move. yeah, there's definitely been like 4 or 5 people for sure that have made the last 7 months a lot more enjoy. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Yeah, that's probably gonna be the first death for Typhlosion. Which really, the fact that it didn't come until like the late 30s floor-wise is kind of surprising. And only because somebody had to earthquake spam, the jackass. Man, that move was so busted back in these days. So busted. Oops, nope, I got that wrong again. We're just gonna completely kill that thing. We're not gonna let it do that again. It's going to play stupid games, and therefore it is going to win stupid prizes. Nice. That thing's basically made of tissue paper, so I was not too terribly worried about that not doing enough damage. As long as the attack connected, pretty much fine. But yeah, having that friend group around that's like a new set of people in terms of this is their first time knowing me. So I don't have all that, like, for better or for worse, all that other baggage of like, oh yeah, you're known for being the person that's like, that keeps themselves and only plays video games and is there to take care of your parents and just always expected to be there. Like, I don't have that stigma that gets drawn with it, which is just such a nice break. It's incredible how refreshing that is. Like, it's the equivalent when you hear people say that they want like a fresh start or a new start or whatever. And usually they're referring to that from like something that they did that was bad, of, you know, like had a nasty breakup with an ex that was part of your friend group and they sympathized with the ex more like that. It's like, no, it's not anything like inherently bad. It's just got a lot under the surface that's not good for the person internally, rather than like causing friction in the group. It's just kind of an internal, it's a man versus self, not a man versus man type thing, I suppose. Let's just do that again. Definitely has the feeling of like knowing you're not in a great spot, not like depressed bad or anything. Well, maybe, I don't know. I'm not a therapist or a professional psychiatrist or anything like that, so I couldn't make a diagnosis. But then, like, once you look back in the rearview mirror, you're like, wow, that I was not being as social, and I was not as happy, and like all this other stuff as I am now. Like, even just last week, mostly because of having to work for, you know, way too many days in a row, mind you. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Like, there were a couple days where I could, like, see them in voice call. All of them were there, too, and I'm like, I really don't have, like, the desire to get on voice call, but I know if I get on voice call and I'm just in there, just, like, listening and just hearing them be happy will probably transfer somewhat over to me and make me feel better. And, yep, sure enough, I was exactly right, too. Like, sat there, was, like, not whining or pouting anything, just quiet, which is not abnormal for me. Plus, I was also playing a game and streaming it, so they were watching me play that. Streaming it on Discord, not here, mind you. And, like, sure enough, by the time that I was in that call, I was thinking, like, I'd be in there, to quote the Rick and Morty meme, like, in and out, 20 minutes, quick adventure, and I was in there for, like, 4 hours, thinking, like, yeah, probably gonna get a nap before work, because I'm still exhausted. That was the nap I needed. Like, that was the mental recharge I needed, which is very rare for an introvert to need the extrovert's typical recharge, but that was the case. But it's a nice reminder for both myself relative to them, and then, like, potentially other people relative to me, because, again, this is going into what I'm about to say, of, like, you never know how much you actually mean to somebody. Where it's like, yeah, you know, you see them every now and again, or, like, you hang out with them on voice chat or something like that. But you will never know unless they tell you, which most people probably wouldn't, due to like either never truly realizing it or not knowing how to say it or making it sound awkward. But like they actually genuinely mean the world to you. Sailor Nook. But that said, I think I've said that to probably all of them, and I think all of them have said that back to me without like me being the one to initiate it in a couple cases. It's like very weird, but in a very good way. Like I've never seen that sort of thing happen before. I don't have a flying move on Flygon, do I? Yeah, I was afraid of that. All right. I think that Celio is probably gonna get me out before anything, so I'm gonna just try to eliminate Machoke to get the level as fast as I can, I guess. I don't know if this is gonna do enough damage though. Nope, we're good. I guess he is at 37. He's not that far behind. They get like these huge level jumps. We talked about this the first time going through Mount Battle. There's like a couple spots where there's like huge level jumps where they go from like 20s to 40s, but they tend to stay in that range for the 20 levels. So like if you're at 20 and they're at 20 and then they jump to 40, by the time that they're not at 40 anymore, you will probably caught up to that 40. So there's at least that. Oh, that's right. He might have ice moves. So he might actually target Flygon first. Either way, I'm going to leave it alive. I don't think Quilava can beat Typhlosion. I do think Celio, if it's got a water move, could beat Typhlosion. And it's also easier to get rid of Quilava because it's not as good defensively as Celio is. I should know since I ran both of those in this game. Still technically running one now, it's just we haven't seen it come up yet because we haven't had any need for it yet. Since Flygon's like 10 to 15 levels behind the team, and obviously Quilava's way behind the team, it just made sense to keep using them and not switching them out unless I actually had to. Which I've only had to do that once thus far. Might have to do it twice here. Yeah, I might have to do it twice if he goes for Ice Beam again, which he'd be stupid not to. But we'll see. There we go, done. We've beaten Mr. Nook. But yeah, without... Well, I mean, there's no way to not make it sound like gushy or whatever. I don't know what the right word for it is, but it's like almost that weird feeling since like everybody gets like along super well, and it's like such a very quick connection and a very like deep connection of accepting everybody as they are. It's like, is this what like, at least in terms of like the platonical friendship, is like, is this what unconditional love is like? Is this what I like missed growing up because there was all these expectations of me? Like, am I now getting to understand what this hypothetical feels like that you're supposed to as an infant and I didn't get till I was almost fucking 30? Like, is this what I've been missing out on for all these years? It's so bizarre. It's one of those things of like, internally, I don't know if I'll ever like be able to like truly process and figure it out. I wouldn't expect to in like 7 months. This is something that like, you know, there's been theses written on, I'm sure. This is not a we'll figure it out overnight type of thing. It's probably something I will figure out a couple years down the line. Maybe like around 32, 33. I mean, I might find it out faster, I don't know, but I don't know, in a weird way, it feels like unpacking it too much can also be a bad idea, and sometimes it's better to just let it be what it is and don't try to diagnose it, don't try to unpack it. That is a lesson I've definitely already learned with somebody else in particular. Like, yeah, you can learn about, like, communication and the friendship slash relationship slash whatever, but sometimes it's actually kind of better not knowing, not because it's a problem or anything, but like, It's like unpacking a magic trick, basically. I mean, because it is magic in a way. Because friendship is magic. Roll credits. But, like, by trying to unpack the illusion or, like, figuring out how the magician did the trick, like, it takes away, like, the mystique of it. Like, yeah, you know that it's not, you know, they're not actually being able to do, like, real magic and stuff like that, but the not knowing is kind of part of what makes it as amazing as it is. And you do get to find out, and there's, like, that quick, like, moment of, like, that's how they do it, that's so cool. But then as a result, that magic, whenever they do that from now on, is just lost forever. You can't unring that bell. So it's kind of similar in that regard. That should be enough to kill. Yeah. Get your old pinstripe pants out of here, boy. Your purple pinstripe pants. Much like purple, I do not own any purple pinstripe pants, and no, I don't want any. I think I have, like, a pair of shorts that I wear around. Well, no, I don't even wear them that much. I think I might have already donated them because I had them when I was younger, but I'd, like, wear them around my room whenever it was summer and, like, 100 degrees outside. But I don't wear shorts in public because I got very hairy legs, and also my legs get cold very easily. Probably bad circulation because I'm tall. Not much I can do about that, unfortunately. I mean, there's stuff you can do to improve circulation, but there's not much you can do about making yourself shorter unless you want to go to some very extreme lengths. Or the opposite, I guess, when you think about it. Let's see. Man, words cannot describe how much I hate that move. It's up there with Protect of how obnoxious it is. Speaking of obnoxious, here's some ASMR of me cracking open a soda can. Because sadly, we're not using Discord here, so there's no crisp suppressor to eliminate that sound. So apparently, it'll just like remove it altogether. I've tried it on voice chat, and yeah, it just wipes it completely, which is kind of surprising that it can do that. It can. On this here and we'll continue. Alright. No more of that fake out nonsense. Let's actually be able to attack. Yeah, it might be the point where I need to start double attacking. Like having Typhlosion just do that little excess amount of damage needed to eliminate whatever Flygon is attacking. So admittedly, because it has been a hot minute since I used the Flygon, because doing all the Mount Battle leveling, obviously I didn't do that with Flygon, which is why it's still at 60. But, like, I don't remember what nature it has, so as a result, I don't know specifically in terms of nature where an IVs where it excels or does not excel. Maybe I'll check that after this fight's over with. Saying this got to be the area leader because she's got like 5 Pokemon. I don't think anybody's come anywhere close to having 5. I don't think anybody's had 4 other than area leader. I think they've all had 3 or 2 or in some cases 1. I'm not sure why some areas only have like they'll just occasionally have a trainer that just has 1 Pokemon. And it's like maybe area 1, sure, but like areas 2 and 3, like is that really necessary? I don't really think so. Let's go for a full swing here. Yeah, Quilava still got it, boy. Or Typhlosion, rather. See what I mean, though? Like, their levels haven't really risen further since they got that boost. They're, like, still sitting at about 41, 42, 43. But Quilava's gone up, like, 8 levels, so if it hits with a strong attack that's type effective, it probably actually will get the one-shot now where it wouldn't have before. Very insistent on going after that Flygon with a not very effective move just to lower its speed. I get that it's a longer battle because she's got a team of 5, but that's still a bit odd. There's level 40. Yeah, attack's gone a little bit behind the others. Defense, special attack, special defense. Not by a lot, though. Be sure to check Flygon's nature after we're done with this fight here. Oh, never mind. Fight's over. Okay, cool. I forget Mightyana's not that great in the defense department. Admittedly, like, Pure Dark is just not a Pokemon type that I use all that often. It's like, if I pick a Pokemon that has a Dark type, it's probably a subtype. Like, it probably just conveniently also had Dark attached to it for whatever else I wanted. So as a result, I forget often that many of them, at least in the early days, defensively were not that great a lot of the time. Naive nature, that's what its stats are. So mostly attack, speed, unsurprisingly. Special defense is its lowest. Well, good news. We are, in fact, halfway there. Whoa, paprika in my hair, as they say. Are we out to the skies yet? No, we're still in Lava Land. Still in Lethal Lava Land. Yeah, 3, 4, 5, yeah. So we'll probably be able to keep Flygon basically until they start dying in the if these two start dying like pretty frequently, like they're having multiple battles in a row, they're forced to sit out because they get knocked out. At that point, I might move them over to sideline while one of the stronger ones plows through everything so they can still get the experience. But until that happens, I'm not going to be too terribly worried about it. I think they're still in the 40s. Yeah, they're still in the 40s. So for right now, we should be okay in that regard. Oh, that's unfortunate for you. I don't think that was going to be a one-hit kill anyway, so I probably chose correctly here between the two. Part of me is wondering, because I'm not going to be doing a third run of Mount Battle here. I'm sorry to disappoint. I'm only going to show like a full 1 to 100 here. But part of me is actually considering, because like this is definitely the most work I've put into an XD file. I've purified all the Pokemon, sure. I've never done the 100 floors of Mount Battle for XD. I've done it for Coliseum, not done it for XD before. But part of me is actually kind of considering going back a third time on my own time to also get Chikorita, like have all of them there. Not going to train them up to be a Meganium or a Feraligatr, mind you, but just to like say that I did it. Maybe once Typhlosion has gotten to a point where it can actually like hold its own in the higher levels. Or for like round 3, maybe like take out one of my other ones that I used in these runs, like one of the ones that are levels 73, 4, and 5, and swap it out for my Aggron, or maybe swap one out for either the Chikorita or the Totodile that I would get, and do the same thing I did with Typhlosion here. Pretty sure your parts steal at this point, so that should be okay damage-wise. Yeah, that was not bad. Not bad. It's so weird to be thinking about that trip. Probably the worst part about that trip is going to be, oh, right, I always get that confused with Hal. Oh, that was a mistake on your part, my friend. You just dragged out my strongest team member. Oh, that's going to hurt. That was a fun part of doing level grinding, was watching those stats go up. There was one point where it got +9 in attack, and I was like, oh my god. I have never seen a stat go that high before. If I did, I wasn't paying attention, but like, almost double digits in a stat. Not even HP, mind you. Pretty sure it was an attack, and I was like, wow, okay. Absolutely insane. Let's have a look real quick, just so you can like compare we'll go with something that's relatively similar levels. It's like 257, 137, like all the stats, at least not counting health, are somewhere around the 170s for the higher up stats and the 130s for the low. Meanwhile, Salamence has 269 in attack. He has more attack than health. Like, just, what? That is an insane amount of attack. Like, nothing else here is even... Like, even Zangoose isn't that close. And its attack stat is its best stat. That's almost higher than its health. But, like, that's just... No wonder this thing was tournament banned for a while. It's so damn good. That's my boy. Yeah, he literally could not have gotten unluckier with what got dragged out. Like, literally anything would have been better than that for him. All the other ones still would have done fine, but that was absolutely the worst case scenario. Alright, Miss Matron Crex. Oh, another dragon type. It's gonna just, well, I mean, it's gonna be the year of the dragon. How fitting, since it is year of the dragon. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Out of curiosity, I know we're only 3 months. Wow, we're already 3 months in. I am curious. What is that? It's Year of the Snake is next. Oh, that'll be cool. That's for people that were born in 41, 53, 65, 77, 89, 2001, 2013, 2025. I am not anywhere close to that, but I know what my zodiac sign is, and it's not dragon or snake, so... I wish it was. Either of those would be better than the one that I have. But nope, I get pig. So I was born in 95. Pig's got fine attributes, but I mean just like in terms of animals, I like snakes more than pigs, I like dragon more than pig, rat, rabbit, rooster, ram, like all those would all be higher on my list. Oh well. Oh yeah, but going back to that, I'm sure the worst part of like doing all the traveling and having fun is probably going to be this year, where everybody else in that group of friends is getting to go, but like I just did not have the time to be able to like set that up, because registration for going to that convention is just so like, you have to be very on top of it. Because I mean they're booked enough to where they have to have a raffle, but thankfully, since I know a couple people in staff, which of course they have to get rooms because, you know, they're staff, kind of be a problem if they couldn't get rooms, and they can basically have a +1. Would still have to pay, but it basically guarantees that I get a room for that. And they were already like, yeah, totally fine with having you room with me next year. Because for those that don't know, rooming in UK, like in a hotel room for conventions, there is a very strict amount of people you can have per room. It's 2. It is no more. Well, I mean, it can be less, but it's not any more than that. It could be 1, sure, but it's not like with ones in the US where, like, sure, you could just have, like, 5 people split a room and you have, like, a couch bed for 1 person, and then 2 people take 1 queen-size bed or king-size, and then 2 people take another, or if somebody's cool with sleeping on the floor, which is usually me, because it's actually not bad for my back. I actually do it from time to time. But yeah, not so over there. Which I'm totally fine with that. I completely understand why they do that. I get all that point of it, but yeah, it means as a result that it's like, yeah, you can't just like think, oh yeah, there's like a convention going on, and we'll just pick a random month. I don't know, September, because that's not when it is. It's like there's a convention going on in September, and it's like it's July now. I can save up enough and go to that if you potentially could, but it's like at that point, no, like convention badges are going to be sold out. Hotel's not going to be possible. It's just like there's no way to really do that. So I'm sure the worst part will just be mostly just being jealous that they all get to hang out and I'm just stuck over here. But the upside to that is pretty much right after that convention ends, there's a VR convention that's going on that I will be able to make. So I'll at least see them for that. I'm sure that'll probably be kind of tiring for them because it's basically... It's not direct back-to-back, but it's pretty close. I'm gonna check what the time gap is between that. I'm actually curious. Level 42. So let's see. I'm gonna check things. So there's a 9-day gap between the last day, the day when that convention ends and then when the next one starts. So like really, you put in a buffer of 1 day on each side for like, you know, pack up, get home, you know, at least try to decompress, etc. Especially for the staff. Probably throw in 2 days on each side, so that's 4. So that brings it down to 5. So that's basically a week gap between the two. And between that group of friends, all of them are staffing in one or the other, but thankfully none of them are staffing in both. Because I know, like, there are people out that I know that I'm less close with their acquaintances that are, and that sounds like you would be completely dead by the end of it. It would be a lot of fun, but you would probably sleep for, like, 72 hours straight. It sounds like a nightmare in that regard. The rest of it will be fun, that part not so much. See, now they're starting to get teams of 4 out here with long last. This is probably a ghost team, or if I had to guess, ghost or dark or all the spoopy ones. Oh no, this is the Team Rocket guy. Yeah, well no, it's not, because they didn't ever have a Duskull on their team. There is somebody in here that has like Jesse and James's like Gen 3 team. Like they have Chimecho, Cacnea, like all the ones that they did, and they hint towards it. Oh, nice, a self-destruct. We've been overdue for one of those. Wow, that did almost nothing. Chaka won't be affected by it. It did like half damage to Typhlosion. Oh, it did get affected by it. Well, yeah, if that's the case, it's definitely gonna take most damage. I thought Explosion was a normal type and that Chimecho was part Ghost. Maybe I'm confusing it with something else. So if that's the case, it should have done nothing. Oh, Shedinja, that's nice. Guess what's gonna happen to that? Is Chimecho really not part Ghost? I could have sworn it was. I'm probably confusing it with something else. No, it's just pure Psychic. Okay. I could have sworn it was Ghost and something else. I was probably thinking Ghost and Psychic. I guess not. Oh well. Thud. You're something else to get this far. Yep, I sure am. I'm something else to continue coming back for more punishment of going through trainer after trainer. It could be worse. Like, again, I think I talked about this. I don't even think it was in Mount Battle necessarily. I think it was during the story mode. It does feel like it's, I will say, it is minor. It is not a huge jump, but it does feel like, as a whole, the battles do go a little bit faster in here. The pauses between the text versus the attacks, the fainting animation versus whatever. It does feel like some of those little gaps have been removed, and it is enough to where it feels like it does go by a little bit faster. So as a result, the battles in this game do feel like they go by faster. Which is probably for the best, because as a whole the battles are pretty slow because they're all double battles, whereas single battles will typically go by way faster. Get that substitute out of here. Switch it to fire. Oh right, Linoon exists. Aren't you busy picking up items? Your substitute won't save you now. Man, I need to shave, but I'll do it tomorrow. And it's gotten late, surprisingly fast. That's the weird thing about having the 2 days off, is it's like, well, especially after 2 weeks of not having the 2 days off, is it's like, it's throwing me off how late it is. I feel like I started at 6 when I didn't. I didn't have a start time in mind. I didn't have any plans to stream today either. I was just kind of like, maybe I will, maybe I won't. But as everybody I knew was either A, watching Dune, B, going to watch Dune pretty soon, the 2024 Dune that came out, or a lot of them were just like talking ad nauseum about movies. I'm like, oh, so this is what it's like whenever I talk about video games. Somebody who like literally could not give less of a crap. It's like, this, like, I would rather pull my teeth out at this point. It's just like, ugh. I'm not a movie watcher by any stretch. I think it's just like the visual learning doesn't do it for me, and so like as a result, because you've got so many different forms of media, I'm audio learner and kinesthetic learner, meaning, you know, hearing and doing stuff with my hands, like a controller that you can hear clicking. So like, why would I watch a big screen or a TV or whatever you want to call it when I could do that, but I could also be like doing something with my hands, like using a controller? Not so much like fidget cubes or anything, but like actually doing something where I'm getting a, you know, I'm seeing a proper response occur, an action and a reaction, rather than something like a fidget cube or a fidget spinner. It is hard to explain the difference between the two, but it is there. The fidget one's just like something to make you feel relaxed. The kinesthetic with the learning aspect is like you have a goal in mind. There's not really a goal that you're going towards with a fidget thing, other than like just general relaxation, as opposed to like a goal with a video game. Just not quite the same. Both useful in their own right, both helpful in their own right, but just not what I'm looking for in particular. In fact, I imagine if I tried to watch a movie and was like messing with the fidget thing, it would probably just like annoy me more than anything. I don't know why. I feel like it would, but I feel like it would be supposedly designed to help me relax, but I feel like it would do the opposite. I feel like it'd stress me out more. Oh, that's nice. You can endure that, and if Dragon Breath does not kill Wigglytuff, then hopefully Flame Wheel will. Nope, it did not survive. I guess you'll be surviving with 1 health unless he's got another Pokemon. You did it! You endured the hit. It's a shame that I have Quick Attack, and as a result, yeah. Even if he's got Quick Attack, he's probably not going to outspeed Typhlosion, since they're basically the same level at this point. Wiped out, yep. Wiped like a, I don't know, like a butt. Oh, sorry, getting a response on Discord. I had Discord open, but I didn't have like the tab at the bottom of my toolbar open, so as a result, I did not see those. Come hither, my resurrected Pokemon. Oh, ghost types. Got it. Gabson. Oh, not Gaspin? Not like a Gaspin Payne from Phoenix Wright and his brother Winston? That is a joke, but those are actual characters. That's jokes they make in the game. I've honestly thought about doing Phoenix Wright, but the problem is I've watched several Let's Players do those games, so I don't get the aha moments. Like, I would miss things here and there, but like as a whole, I know who the killers are going to be and all that. I know the big plot twists and stuff, so it wouldn't be quite as exciting. And while I thought about having Icarus play it, unfortunately that one is off the table because she's very big into law. And we tried doing just the very first case, my first turnabout, and like even though it's literally like a satire on how bad at the time, and maybe still now, I don't know, but especially at the time, the Japanese legal system was, because it had that whole thing to it, like, she was just complaining about, like, oh, well, they don't do it this way in the US, they don't do it this way in the US, like, this would be, like, breach of a lot of stuff, and it's like, yeah, that's the point. Which is funny, because she can play through Danganronpa just fine, because it's not legal trials, they're called trials, but it's not court of law, and she can play those and enjoy them just fine, but she cannot have the suspension of disbelief for Phoenix Wright, so it is unfortunately off the table. I always love that little skitter bag. Just it is super cute. Just a little buggo. Little buggo boy. Lily. Man, I just gotta know. I gotta look it up. What is it? It is rock and grass. I was like, I'm pretty sure, like, part of me wanted to say ground, but I'm like, no, I don't think it is. So let's see, if it's rock and grass, it's weak to ice. I think, yeah, it is weak to bug, but I don't really run bug. Steel, it is weak to steel. There's something else in there that it's weak to. Oh, fighting, right, because it's part rock. That would be the other one. So is Anorith water bug? I gotta know now, since I've already got this one up. I'm pretty sure it's water bug. No, it's rock bug, okay. What was I thinking of that was water bug? Does it evolve into water bug? No, it does not. It is still rock bug. So that would mean that it would be weak to water if it's not water bug. Since it's part rock, it's also weak to steel. Is it weak to rock despite the fact that it's a rock? So technically, yeah, it is. Okay, that's weird. Usually when you think of a Pokemon that's weak to its own type, you probably think dragon, not rock. Huh. Don't you think that's amazing? No, I really don't. I don't think that's amazing. But it could be where she could be doing the combo of Plusle and Minun, so... Sorry to any Plusle and Minun fans out there, but like the plus and minus abilities aren't enough to salvage those Pokemon not being that great, unfortunately. I wish they were good. I like the idea of like Pokemon that help boost each other, specifically running them as a duo like that, but it's just not enough to salvage them as Pokemon. Probably also double sad considering Coliseum and XD, where you could get a Plusle in Coliseum. It was the only it was the only non-Shadow Pokemon you got other than your starters, Umbreon and Espeon, and then trading for the no, actually trading for the Elekid was this game, so maybe there wasn't a trade at the end of that one. But you could get the Plusle, not the Minun, even though there was data for a Shadow Minun. I don't remember if it was this game or Coliseum, thinking that you know, trade it over or whatever. But not only could you not get the Minun because they decided not to go with that, the Plusle was also horribly underleveled by the time you got it, because it was level 13 and your team was like in the mid to high 30s at that point. So like, way too impossible to catch up, and even if it could, it still wouldn't be good enough. Very unfortunate. Of course, well, I do remember that one is rock and water. Because I usually busted it with the steel type to get rid of it. Which we could try, but that would require Iron Tail to actually connect, so we'll see. Oh, it actually did. Wow. How about that? That's rare. I feel like that does not happen often. Like, is it just me? Does it seem like Iron Tail just, like, misses all of the time? Like, it's not 100% accurate, obviously, because, you know, it wouldn't miss otherwise. But, like, it feels like it misses way more often than it should. Maybe that's just my imagination, though. Sorry, someone was throwing me off in a message recently. What is Iron? I want to say it's like 75, which in the Pokemon world is like 30, practically. Oh, good guess. It is 75. Forgot I had 100 power, which is nice, but I would rather just, like... I'd rather swap those values. I'd rather do 75 base damage with 100 accuracy. Because, like, what's good having the additional 25% if it's going to miss 3 times out of 4? Like... So let's see, 44, 45. Yeah, he's caught up. But I think after this fight is over, it will be another level jump if I'm correct. So we'll probably be bumping up into like the 60s, and as a result, it'll be not back to square one, but it'll be back to that same little rotation he goes through. It will be interesting to see, and granted, he is getting boosted by EXP share, so he's getting 3/4 of the experience as opposed to half and half. But it will be interesting to see where he ends up in terms of levels by the end of this. Some of that will be like him potentially missing out whenever I make a mistake and he just gets nailed, or if we fight something that's like very water heavy or ground heavy, which can happen, sure, but you know. That's just a cast form. I have noticed while grinding this, there's a fair few people that use cast form, which is, you know, a sin in of itself. But most of the ones that didn't really have, like, a weather-based team. Like, they didn't have a team that revolved around Sunny Day, or Rain Dance, or Hail, or Sandstorm. It was really weird. It was just like they just threw him in there, and I was like, you don't have to use that if you don't want to. Very interesting choice on that. Speaking of interesting choices. And if I can get Lunatone out with this hit, I think we're basically set, because Exploud can't move, because it just sacrificed its turn. Burn's gonna damage it, and we'll find out if that's enough. I feel like the Typhlosion's gonna be able to outspeed Exploud, pretty sure. Yikes. Well, if only that Iron Tail had connected. Yeah, there goes Exploud. Bye! Swift. Probably not. Well, maybe? I don't know. This is before the split, so I guess Swift is better than Quick Attack in this case. Even if it wasn't, like, his attack and special attack are basically the same. So it's basically does not miss versus priority. And now that I say that out loud, I actually think I would prefer the priority. That sounds weird, but yeah, I think I'd prefer the priority. Shame you can't give him, like, Sky Uppercut. Could replace Reversal with that. There we go. Hold on, my leg has given up. Ow. No, come on. I need you to wake up, please. Please, thank you. Man, that went from like 0 to 100 there. Usually when your leg falls asleep, you kind of like feel it coming on. That was just like, no, it's asleep now. Alright, let's move on. Are we past lava? I feel like we should be past lava. We're past lava, nice. I'm going to take a quick pause here and go use the bathroom, and my leg is trying to fall asleep again, so I'm going to walk around for a minute to wake it back up, and then we will continue. Ow, pain. So much pain. I would switch to intermission, but I don't have any intermission music, so we'll just, like, leave this as is. So you can at least hear a little bit of background noise. All right, let us continue. You're almost at 200. So yeah, these are still like roughly what they special attacks slowly getting away, despite having the bad nature for it. But just overall base stats are gonna have it slowly but surely pull away. Because I guess at least of these four, it is the highest and attack is the lowest, so... Even with a nature that does not promote special attack, it is still seemingly preferred to be a special attacker. Probably would still ultimately do okay with physical attack, but... I'm sure, like, professionals would probably tell you, like, there's a certain range in base stats that qualify something being a mixed attacker versus... they need to focus on special or they need to focus on physical, and once it gets outside of that range, we'll say like if it's if the base stat is like 20 points or higher, like that's the cutoff point. I'm sure that there's a specific one. Yeah, here we go. This is about where we're gonna have issues, probably with Flygon as well, because it's only barely higher. Of these, the bigger threat's obvious. I would know. I've run Swellow many times in Gen 3. You cannot let that thing get going. It will... Things will go bad. They go real bad. Like this, for example. One of these days I'll figure out how Endeavor works. Like, I've read the description and it's like, it never seems to follow the rules that it goes by. It's just like, how does Endeavor work? It does a lot of damage. Just always. Like, there's no actual number attached to it. It just does a lot of damage. It's always been that way, and it's just like, will always be that way. Oh, taunt. Yeah, that's nice. I was probably gonna do it. Well, this is just the same thing again. Like, Murkrow is not a threat compared to Golbat. Golbat is annoying, yes, but at least it's got some stuff going for it, like having a high speed. Murkrow, not so much. Probably going to be used against Flygon if he's got a brain. Yep. So that was a guaranteed kill. Alright, well, we actually have to swap out Flygon. Well, obviously it's going to be one of these two, not just for the type advantage, but also because they're the lowest level remaining. So we'll just go with this. And gone. I have no reason to suspect that it would survive this. Didn't think so. Honchkrow is okay, right? Like, I mean, this is asking audience because I've never used a Honchkrow, but I imagine in the before days of where there was no Honchkrow and you only had Murkrow, it was very not viable. That much I'm pretty sure about. I gotta know, how bad were the base stats on this thing? It actually has an okay base speed, attack, and special attack. Those defenses, though, yikes, that is not good. That is not good. If you had the lowest IV possible, like the lowest stat possible, you could have a Murkrow at level 100 with 80 special defense and defense. That is terrible. That is horrible. Yeah, we'll keep it as is. I know that's setting up for Flygon and Flygon and Co. to not do quite as well, but that's alright. Surely Honchkrow had better base stats than this, right? Like, they had to have taken pity, surely. I mean, the defenses are still not great. The rest of this is, like, passable, I guess. It doesn't get a sub... No, it's just Dark Flying. I think it was before, right? Yeah. Alright, then that's, Oh, yeah, we were talking about these two earlier. Oh, that's... You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pull the trigger. We're gonna go with the old reverse around. I swear there was like nobody online. Well, that I was immediately chatting with, and then like once I start streaming, it's just all of a sudden it's like, oh, I'm very popular all of a sudden. Let's see. Well, first I gotta mute because I think I got a sneeze coming on. Nope, it's going away. I can already tell it's going away. Ah. Look, if a sneeze is gonna decide that it's gonna come out and sneeze, then it might as well just go ahead and sneeze, man. Don't just... Freaking sneezes. Actually curious to see what this the Dug Tray will do if it survives. Oh, okay, that dry attack. That was the reason I didn't go for it. I'm like, I wonder if this only had ground moves, and because it's got 2 flyers on the field, it literally can't do anything offensively, but I guess it had Tri Attack. It probably had something that was like a stat-lowering thing, too, but it was probably banking on Dig or Earthquake or both or something, you know? Something that wouldn't work against either of its opponents. I know I sacrificed some of the experience Typhlosion would get there, but like the opportunity to double Earthquake plus on mine, like I could not pass that opportunity up. It was just, it was right there. It was so easy. Oh, so it's not that great in power for reversal. So apparently reversal has like a specific, like, you know, where your HP range falls in, and it's the same for all generations except Generation 4. Only 4. That's very weird. Like, okay, fine, sure, but like, different in 4 and then back to normal in 5 and beyond? Very bizarre. I'll read it out here since we're not talking about too much else. If your HP is above or at 68.75%, it's 20 power. Between, we'll just go on average here, 69% to 35%. If your HP is in that range, it will do 40. From 35 to 21%, it will do 80. From 20% to 10%, it will do 100. From 10% to 4%, it'll do 150. And if you're below 4% of your health, then it will do 200 for base power. So now you know. And knowing is half the bagel. I mean, battle. Guess who we're targeting next round? But it failed. It sure enough did. Well, we're at like half here. I might as well. It'll at least get the double damage because we're fighting normal types here. Ah, shoot. I thought that was going to be enough to knock him out. It wasn't, though. I was trying to think of an objection while I was objectioning, Your Honor. I didn't. That's like such a funny moment in that game. That's why it's such a shame that Icarus won't be able to play that game. There's so many freaking hilarious moments in that game. So many good ones. Let the parrot take the stand, like the ladder versus step ladder. There's just so many good things in there. So many funny moments. guess Flygon will probably go second, because Walrein, even though it's probably slower overall, does have 11 levels on it, so it's... yeah. Alright. Oh no, it did go first. Oh, I should have probably Earthquaked then to knock them both out, and then Walrein could have Ice Beamed whatever is left, which was probably also a normal type. Watch it be like a Fortress or something. Oh, it actually wasn't a normal type. It was electric. I think Walrein had any type effective moves there, but... man, if they'd gone out of order and I'd known that, I could have Ice Beamed one of them out, and then she would have switched into Electabuzz, and that would have almost assuredly killed them both. You know what? Why not? Let's just say, as much as I want to do it, 2 regular attacks are probably still fine to take him out, but... it's nice to have Earthquake and have you not be on the receiving end of it for once, you know? Oh, right. I blanked out there for a second. I was like, wait, how come Typhlosion didn't get any points? Because, like, he should still get from the XP share. Right, because he had fainted in that battle. That would probably be why. I'm going to swap him out for a little bit for the time being. Only to make sure he's getting, like, full experience from some of these fights. Once we... because that's pretty much the last jump, I think, in levels, right? I'm going to wait for their enemy levels to hop on screen here before I say that for sure. Also just look it up, too. They're at like 60. I think with the exception of floor 100, I think that's roughly where they stay as well. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure. Alright, first of all, that Ninjask gotta go. We're not dealing with speed boost out the wazoo. I'm not... I'm gonna look this up here once I hit through all the buttons enough. Ah, you brought me a rye. That's nice. Something in my eye here. It's probably an eyelash. This thing is driving me crazy. Let's see. Why not? This won't get Jump Bluff because it's not very effective, but it should get that Raichu. Where's this font size? 2? There we go. Interesting. I'll read this off in a second here. First, I'm going to input what I'm going to choose. Dragon Breath, Ice Beam. So in the lobby, there's actually a move tutor specifically for Mew He can teach Mew moves for the cost of 5,000 Poke Coupons. This can only be done after beating the game, but it can be done multiple times. Unlike other move tutors, this one does not give the player a direct choice in what Mew learns. Instead, he asks a few questions and then offers a full set of moves for Mew. Move Tutor can teach Mew any move it can learn by TMHM or from any other Generation 3 move tutor, plus the following moves: Feint Attack, Fake Out, Hypnosis, Nightshade, Roleplay, Zap Cannon. Interesting. Also, here we go. Well, this is for Coliseum, so it may not necessarily be true, but I'll read it out, even though it says it's specifically for, well, it says it's for Coliseum, so it might be only that and not XD. Levels range from level 15 in Zone 1 to 60, the highest range found in the challenge in Zone 90 and beyond. I'm pretty sure that's incorrect for XD. Here we go. They range from level 9 in Zone 1 to level 70, the highest found in the challenge in Zone 99. There are significant jumps between areas 2 and 3, 4 and 5, and 6 and 7. So I think this is the last big jump. I think that is correct. Because Area 7 would be floors 61 to 70, and I think that's where we are right now. So I think that is the last big jump in levels, not counting floor 100, which are all at level 70. But we'll find out real quick, because I'm pretty dang sure, because now that we've moved to the sky area rather than the volcano, I'm pretty sure that indicates one of the level jumps here. Pretty sure we're in the 60s. Yep, 64. Alright. I still think he'll get a few chances to shine, though, because like we've got plenty of time for him to continue gaining levels, even though he won't get them as fast because he's not in the fights. But I also know there will be opportunities, because there's a fair few people that use Fortress, which is, I think at this point, only got one weakness, and it's 4x weakness to fire. Meanwhile, over here, let's get rid of that Crobat. Should have sent that out with your Crobat. There's just something funny about using Explosion while you're at full health. Of like, what is your strategy? It's to give up. It's basically just to give up. Like, yeah, it does heavy damage and all, but it's like, you're not gonna use that when it's like, oh, you're at low health, but you're fast, so like, you might as well go out doing a huge amount of damage to everybody's like, no, just use it at full health. It's fine. That Manectric just immediately got roasted and did not get the chance to take advantage of Lightning Rod at all. It could have blocked for that Starmie, it could have blocked for that Crobat, and did not get the chance to block for either. That is unfortunate. That is very, very unfortunate. I don't really have anything to deal with the Sceptile. Starmie, yes, but not so much the Sceptile. I guess I technically could have used the Crunch on the Starmie, but I had a feeling it probably wouldn't survive that, so it's fine. Ooh, that was a good level in speed right there. I think that was +6. You get to watch it backwards here. Let's see. Yeah, it was. Heck yeah. I think once Typhlosion gets to like mid-50s, if it's something that it's got a type advantage to, I should be able to send it out. And it should largely be okay, as long as it's got As long as I'm not dumb and like send it out against a grass type, well, there's also a water type on the field or something like that. But I'd like to think I usually don't do stupid things like that unless it's just a Pokemon that's like, oh, that just randomly has like Hydro Cannon, even though it's not a water type. Just some off the wall move. Which sometimes those are the most fun ones to use. Like, that's why I wish I could. Well, I mean, I probably could, but I wish I could get a very effective, like, mixed attacker Zangoose, where you just, like, load it up with, like, Ice Beam and Flamethrower. Just stuff that they would not expect you to use. I guess later on, what you could do is you give it the Elemental Punches after the split. That would probably work pretty well. What would not work well is what I've got here. I really should have, like, bought some of those TMs. I should have bought Flamethrower. I should have bought something to get rid of Double Kick on Jolteon. That was one of those ones of like, oh, but I want the type diversity. Like, if I need to deal with, like, you know, Rock or Steel, something that Electric's not very good against, I'd have a different move. It's like, yes, you would have a different move, but, like, between same type attack bonus and, like, the Magnet, you probably do about the same damage, honestly. Probably still better with the Electric. The big thing I remember Double Kick being used for was to get past Pokemon that had Sturdy. If you had something that had, like, a really strong Double Kick, it's like it would knock it down to 1 health, be like, oh, well, it didn't die because it had Sturdy. And then it would just get hit by the second Double Kick and die anyway. Technically, it's not a one-hit kill because it hits multiple times. I guess you could technically get Triple Kick if you used Hitmontop, but Hitmontop's a lot of work to get to, and I'd rather just use... Honestly, I'd rather use Hitmonlee or Hitmonchan. Probably Lee, but, you know, either is acceptable. I don't think I've ever used a Hitmontop, but I've definitely used a Hitmonlee before. Again, another dramatic fainting here, right up there with Curlia's. I lost, it seems. You did, but, like, surprisingly, despite the fact that your bucket hat should have fallen off there, it didn't, so... You can take solace in the fact that you have the ability to defy gravity, and I feel like that's a win. I feel like that's a dub. Well, this was a good one to not have Typhlosion out for. And I could look these up like I did last time at the later levels, but I'm not going to do that because A, I didn't whenever I was doing the getting back to where we were already. Of these two, what would I rather have alive? I'd probably rather have Gorbis alive. And B, like, even compared to that now, I'm going to have at least a couple levels, probably. That might balance out technically with having a low-level Typhlosion by comparison to everything else. But it just doesn't really feel in the spirit this time of... Like, the first time it was like, yeah, no, these are actually going to be close fights, like... And it would genuinely make the difference, and the smart thing to do would be research it. Here it's like, nah, not really as much. Well, now that Ampharos is out here, I was expecting a team of nothing but waters, but that didn't happen, so let's just get rid of that. I was expecting to see, like, a Huntail and something else, I don't know, some other water type, maybe a Sharpedo. Nope. I guess not. This is another very tempting moment to tag into Salamence and just Earthquake nuke them. Because despite the appearance, Magneton does not have Levitate. It can't do... You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna switch into... Actually, I'm going to switch into Walrein because I think it can... Well, I know it can survive an Earthquake. And it could use the experience more than Salamence. Walrein's not bad by any stretch on my team. It actually helps. It helped quite a bit in this particular instance. It's just you didn't see a lot of the work it did because it was just Flygon and Typhlosion / Quilava for most of the fights in the early stages. But like when those ones were actually a little bit more threatening, he was very good against anything that was weak to either ice or water. In particular, things that were weak to ice. It decimated some of those dragons I would have otherwise had a really tough time with. Because Salamence just wasn't fast enough at the time. I'm gonna very quickly, because it's been a hot minute. There was that slight pause when Jolteon leveled up, and even though I knew it was about to level up, I'd forgotten about it, and I thought the game was about to crash. I'm like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. So, yeah. Maybe I'll try to do that like every 10 levels, do it at like 75, 85, 95, and then again before level 100. Oh, this is where I should have put in Typhlosion. Maybe I will do that this time. See how it holds up here. The good news is I can almost assure you one of, if not both of them, are going to try for it, is using Sunny Day, which is going to make Flame Wheel stronger. I think the last time I went up the floors, I don't think it was this person in particular. I think it was actually somebody trying to use Rain Dance, but both of them used Rain Dance. Oh no, he's just going for the full thing. All right. Let's just stop that in its tracks. But because both of them used Rainy Day, like, the first one used it and it you know, triggered the rain as it did, and then the second one used it but just lost its turn. They were just so convinced that I was going to knock one of them out before they could get it off that both of them used it. Yeah, I should be able to get that Sunflower out next turn. Yeah, there's the Sunny Day. Problem is, at least these two aren't going to be really able to take advantage of it because they've both got their speed cut in half by being paralyzed, so that's a bit unfortunate, isn't it? It is really true. Every time you see that, like, that animation of Sunflower, it looks like its head's just about to pop off. Clean off the body. A shame. I like sunflowers. I don't like Sunflora. It's not that great, but I do like sunflowers. We never intentionally grew them growing up, but because we always had a bird feeder, and we usually kept it next to the watering dish for the dogs, sometimes it would actually get just the right amount of sunlight and it would get buried underneath the ground and get the right amount of water from the dog's water dish. That sometimes we actually would get sunflowers growing to a pretty respectable height and size in our backyard in that little area right below the bird feeder. I know that's boosted by Sunny Day, but that's still pretty good damage for being 11 levels lower. I don't remember if Vileplume has... Oh, really? I don't remember if any of these have, like, chlorophyll. Anything that, like, raises speed whenever the sun's bright. I usually remember Pokemon with Swift Swim better than that. But that's probably because Floatzel usually has that, and that's a Pokemon I typically run. And even seeing that, I'm like, maybe one of these days I will try a team that, like, focuses on a weather effect. I've never done that before, but I feel like it's, unfortunately, a little too reliant on, like, a very specific, like, type of Pokemon, like where you're stuck in a specific subset, and I'm like, I want a lot of variety in my team. I don't want all water, all grass, all fire, all whatever. I want variety. Both in the actual types and in the moves, but especially the types. Let's just do that real quick, just for the heck of it. Put on some weights. I've been running here every day for exercise. Just a casual guy on number 69. Just a casual dude. I remember the person that was on floor 69 in Coliseum was actually kind of creepy, if I remember correctly. How fitting, right? Kadabra Lunatone. Well, we can get rid of Kadabra pretty... Well, you know what? Let's be smart about this, or try to anyway. This is assuming Iron Tail will actually connect. Please. Kadabra's kind of a paper tiger. Well, more of a glass cannon, I guess. It is. It hits really hard. The problem is it can't take damage for peanuts. This just looks like a psychic team here. Not sure what that had to do with trying to get exercise but running around in circles. Would have expected, like, fighting types for that or something. I don't know. Speedy types, maybe? Lunatone's not very speedy. Now we kind of just bite away. What was that level? Level 50, the big 5-0. Nice. Almost all stats over 100. Only attack, but it's gonna get there next level almost assuredly. Oh, he actually survived that. Wow. Bulkier than I remember, I suppose. Alright, off to floor 70. I'll drown my sorrows with some comfort food. Well, it's a long way back down, my dude. Granted, they've got an Abra that's right there to teleport him, or he could use... Well, I guess he couldn't use Fly. He could use Teleport. He's got a bunch of Psychic Pokemon, so surely one of them probably has Teleport. You gotta wonder what they do while they're up here, like... Because it's entirely feasible, especially for the late levels. Like, you know, considering you quote-unquote saved the world against Grandmaster Greevil, and, like, the late-level trainers here have higher-level teams than the final boss of this game does. Like, you gotta wonder, like, what do they do while they're stuck here for hours on end with no trainers that are showing up? Because either A... they're not strong enough to make it, or B, they're not going that high up because they don't need to, or they're trying to level, like, weaker team members or whatever. Oh, right, because you copied Levitate. Well, it'll still get Houndoom. Plus, Salamence has Crunch, so that Gardevoir is as good as dusted. I know what that one's capable of. Ouch. Yeah, let's just do a double crunch. Since Gardevoir has Ice Punch, I definitely want it gone between the two more. Or since survived it anyway. Crunch a physical move? Shouldn't that have been enough? I guess not. Pretty sure Dark's physical at this point. I'm trying to think of a Dark move that wouldn't be physical, like, in terms of how it looks and why they would think that, but I don't know. Dark's not, back in the day, and still kind of now, but better than it was, not the best type offensively. In fact, Crunch was I think as good as you could get in terms of damage. I think that was the cutoff, was Crunch. So if you had a Dark type and you were going for an offensive move, it was Crunch, and before you got Crunch, it was probably Bite. You've also got Bite. How fitting. Able to pull Typhlosion in fast enough to... I know that Espeon's going to be fast, but he's got quick attack. He might be able to tab it in order to knock it out. Let's see if this works better on Alakazam here. A little bit more glassy in terms of defense. Oh, hey! I see you too are a man of taste. I was gonna say watch him also have the elemental punches or something, but no, I guess not. I don't really think any of these are gonna work. No particular reason, honestly. No particular reason. Oh, hey! Against mine? No, against Salamence. Okay. I suppose that's fair enough. Oh, it didn't get it. Only got one in attack. Oh well, that's fine. I guess Dragon Claw is probably most damage total with stab bonus. It's the nice things about the battle where you have the edge like this of like, now that it's down to essentially 6v1, it ultimately really doesn't matter what you do unless you were like being mega stupid and you had like everybody on your team had like a poison move and you were fighting a steel and you were just throwing your poison moves at it knowing it was immune. Like, you'd have to actively be trying to lose, otherwise you could basically just mash any attack you want and eventually you'll knock it out. Don't worry, Typhlosion, we'll get you up to that guy's level. We'll get you to 60. I'm pretty sure we can get Typhlosion to level 60, provided that I'm good about making sure it doesn't get knocked out in battles where it can get like much more experience than what it ends up getting. Then I feel like, yeah, it should be able to get to 60 with 30 levels left. Alright, let's take a quick look here. I'm actually going to swap in. I'm going to try to get, like, barring leveling up these two, I'm going to try to get the remaining ones here to up to where Zangoose is at 75. Sorry that he's not getting as much love as he deserves, which is all of it, to be fair. If only the Pokemon plushie company that makes the life-size ones made a life-size Zangoose, they do not know how fast I would give up all of my money for that. Do I have the space for it? No. Will I find a way to make space for it? Yes. Yes, I will. Ooh, we could try the old 1-2 punch here. I'm not going to attack with both, just make sure I don't get this out of order, but Ladium will be weak to this, so... I can at least set it up to knock it down. Man, don't start with that. I looked away for like 1 minute and it begins. Yes, the hiccups. The hiccups begin. Now we're going for a double. We're gonna go for a double attack on this guy for type effectiveness. If we're gonna start pulling the double team crap like that, no, we're not doing that today. I'm not in the mood. To be fair, I'm never in the mood for that, but you know, don't be that guy. No one is impressed by you. Okay, that's sure. Might as well. It's bug and poison. I don't think I have anything that's really super effective to that, but not anything that's gonna do no damage either. Also, it's a dust hawk, so it's not exactly threatening. Warg. Yep, that's what I sound like when I scream in frustration too. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna do that on the 5s. I was like, it feels like it's been 10 levels since I saved. No, it would have been 6. Not a lot of great options on this one, unfortunately. Awesome, thanks. Of course, it was on the one that I was actually going to have the advantage on. Alright, fine. The only upside is, at least from what I saw my last time going through here, there was never a team that pulled the double fake out of, like, let's just waste a turn. We'll just literally waste a turn where nobody gets to do anything. No buffs are built. No real consequential damage is done. Just literally wasting everyone's time. Dragon Breath doesn't do a lot, but at least might get the paralysis in there potentially. And if not, the third one will be enough to put the final nail in the coffin. In the Coffagregus. Which wouldn't exist yet. Mantine. Oh, how I wish I had Jolteon out right now, but that's alright. I always forget that's a move that exists. Let's do that. That should do... Pretty sure that's a part flying. Mantine, not Tentacool, obviously. I know inevitably somebody looked over and was like, you thought Tentacool was part flying? No. No, that's water poison. I might be bad with my typing, but I'm not that bad. Nice. Yeah, normal damage, but that critical was plenty. We appreciate it, because Mantine can sometimes be a bit of a pain to take down. Some weight training as well. I'm good. It's late in the night for that. Togetic and Altaria. Oh, that's unfortunate. You just sent out a dragon against another dragon on ice. Oh, you bastard. Well, I hope that Togetic knows that it, like, literally just gave its life to save that Altaria, because, yeah. I'll bet that Altaria is going to go for Perish Song, too. That's going to be my guess. Two. There's the 100 in the attack, or 101 in this case. Let's see it. Are we doing Perish Song? No, Dragon Dance. All right. We do appreciate a good dance around here, even if it's not the Bowser dance. That, however, will not stop me from attacking you now that there's no Togetic to save you. I don't remember what that glowing thing is. I don't know if that's one of, like, you need to hold your concentration, or as long as you survive and get to the... Like, you basically go last, but if you survive, you do, like, a heavy attack. But since it didn't survive, I guess we'll never know. And that might be for the best. Well, if I lose somebody here, I'll be able to swap in for a Typhlosion at least. Dude, nobody was messing with your ass. Let's just leave him there. Let's see if he keeps trying to do that. Just keep trying to counter and we just ignore him. Now I'm genuinely curious to see what'll happen here. I'm gonna try to counter again and just nothing's gonna happen. Is he gonna pull the old Wobbuffet strategy of counter Mirror Coat? No, he actually did go for something else. Okay. Oh, right, because ice, yeah. It's like, what do you mean super effective? Yeah, I forgot about that part. Sure. Stab bonus, higher damage, chance to freeze. I know Water Pulse has the confusion chance, but well, based on that, it might not matter. Nope, sure won't. Oh, my gosh. I need more training. Sure. I mean, don't sell yourself that short. You're still ranked 73 out of 100. Or I guess it would be the opposite of that, so it'd be 27 out of 100. Because, you know, number 100 would be the number 1, so you'd be going backwards. Unless you're going to do it the way of the percentile. Which I always felt was, like, basically the percentile was just, like, the easier way of doing that. Let's see. Claydol, Grumpig. I guess that, yeah. It's like, I don't really have anything that great for Grumpig in mind. Claydol I can at least hit with Water Pulse, but Crunch is probably all I can manage to do for Grumpig. Alright, let's see what y'all can do. Oh, hey, speaking of confusion from Water Pulse. Okay, so, like, I know with Ancient Power you have, like, the chance to raise all stats, and that is very good. But it feels like when I've seen opponents use it, and when I've used it, it just does not do as much damage as it should. It feels like it should be higher damage than it actually is. But I guess the idea is to, like, use it repeatedly, and as you're getting the stat boosts, it will, of course, do more, but there's no guarantee it'll do that. Oh, you sprang up? That's nice. Okay, I'm just gonna go and, I'm gonna go target your friend here, then. I was expecting a second confused Ray where we'd have 3 people confused, honestly. Oh, well, if I'd known that, I would have smashed it with Ice Beam, but oh well. It's got a rock subtype, so it's not a total loss here. Maybe it'll get confused. Who knows? Yeah, that would have been funny, though. All that build-up and he missed anyway. Alright. I didn't realize Bounce could miss. What's the accuracy on it? It's probably like 90 or 95. Just very small chance to miss. Maybe after I input my commands here, I'll double check that. Not any phenomenal options here. We'll just go after the Credilli, try to get it out. $85 power, 85 accuracy. Yeah, that looks about like the set of Pokemon I would expect to be able to use it. A couple of surprises in there, but not too many. Mostly stuff like horses, frogs, rabbits. Like, makes sense that they would bounce. That's the round? No. It held on by the skin of its teeth. I still cannot find that thing that's... Oh, maybe that was it. Thing earlier that kept bothering my eye. No, I think it's still there. Oh well, no big deal. Alright, the 3/4 mark battle. Cool Trainer Noxon. Well, it was almost a cool name. If you just gone with Nox, just NOX, that would have worked. It could have been Nox Overstreet from Dead Poets Society. Which, if you don't remember who that one was specifically, that was the guy that had the crush on Chris, like, really badly. Even though she was dating somebody else, and did the whole, I'll try to prove he's a bad guy. Which, in his defense, yes, was true. He was a shitty guy. And she does break up with him ultimately and does get with him. But it's like, I don't know if the ends justify the means, but... Usually most of the time when you get that sort of, like, storyline of like, oh, I'll make them see that they're not dating a guy. Usually the person that tries to do that is the one that ends up looking like the idiot. There's a reason for that. I wonder. Let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we pull this off. I did do that from time to time in some of these higher difficulties, using Attract with Walrein, and it seemed like every time that it did connect, they just immediately withdrew their Pokemon. They're like, I'm not dealing with this crap, like, get me out of here. There you go, now they can both be in love. Really, that was super effective? Sure didn't look like it. But nobody attacked you, so it's fine. Yep, see what I mean? Like, just immediately like, nope, not dealing with it. Technically, shouldn't that make mine go away too? Because the one that... We'll see, I guess. Because, like, if they're both into each other and one of them gets withdrawn, like, that one that just got withdrawn is obviously no longer on the field. So, yeah, I was going to say, so the Attract should go away on both sides. So, really, that hurt you more than anything, because, like, it went away on mine, and I didn't have to sacrifice my turn to do it. And back out it goes again. We should just, like, immediately use it again. This feels like a good time to do it. Let's see what happens. Over here in the peanut gallery. Yeah, that was about what I expected for, damn it. I was like, I don't know how much this is gonna do to Regice, and that was the real one I was curious about. That did more than I thought to Milotic or Melodic. The joys of having it pronounced one way in the games and another in the anime, like with Regice versus Regice. I'll probably usually say Regice because of Hikari and the Mystery of Mew. Some people are finicky about it, but it's like, nah, if it's pronounced multiple ways, I will accept either. Tomato, tomato. You know what? We haven't seen Fluff Butt. He's overdue for destroying somebody. It's been a while since he's been out here. Nope, doesn't want to deal with that, huh? Alright. Oh, you sent out a Bree. Well, I would have attacked him with Brick Break if I'd known you were going to do that. But I guess that got... Honestly, like, as much as I love Umbreon, Regice would have been more hassle to deal with. Hence the pseudo legendary status. And back out again! I do appreciate that even the AI is like, man, why you gotta keep using Attract to stall me? And it's like, well, now you know how the rest of us feel. Body Slam will work just fine here. Since it's paralyzed, it will be going last, and as a result, it will probably not survive. So now it's just a matter of what Umbreon will do, which I'm going to guess is probably Confuse Ray. It doesn't look it, but it's an extremely, like, very good wall, both physically and specially. Hence why it survived the Brick Break from Zangoose. Yep, sure enough. This is one that's kind of built to use things like Confuse Ray or Toxic. Like, just stall and, like, throw status effects on them while your ally tears it up, essentially. Use Ice Beam on Articuno, because that'll actually do normal damage, because it's part flying. Technically, I could use Brick Break on Articuno. Sure, that would break even on damage, but... I don't want Umbreon out there also confusing Zangoose. That, and he only has Articuno left, so... Interesting choice, alright. Could use... Yeah, actually, that's probably better. Like, these will both do even damage, but this has same type attack, so... That is probably better. No, I think I'm thinking of a different Pokemon. I was like, wait, is this Ice Psychic? But no, pretty sure it's Ice Flying. Hence the giant wings. I'm thinking of a different one that's Ice Psychic, and it's not Jinx, it's something else. Maybe I'm confusing it with part of Lugia's, because Lugia's Water Psychic. Oh well, it's not important. Lugia ain't here, because we already got him. Oh, you targeted the right one for once. Good. It might be a little too late to fix that problem, but you figured it out. Yeah, way to go, Fluffbutt. It's one of the upsides of raising a Zangoose is it does not actually take that much experience relative to a lot of other Pokemon. So we can level up a lot faster as a result, which is nice. Let's see, 74. Yeah, these are all at 74. I mean, use an Earthquake a bit more effectively than having to switch in this way. But first, let's save. Wow. I left this on a bunch, hence why it's at 95 hours. But we might actually get to, well, we should. It shouldn't take me 4 hours to get up 25 levels. Pretty sure it hasn't even been 4 hours yet. Yeah, it hasn't even been 4 hours yet, and I've already gone up 3/4 of it. It shouldn't take another 4. Yeah, looks like we'll have it done before the 100-hour mark. To be fair, though, there was a couple times where I definitely left it sitting for an hour or two, so I'm sure that number is off. Alright, Ursa Ring, what was the other one? Ariados. Yeah, well, that is not very threatening. Alright, Earthquake to do the double. I guess Aurelius and Aria. I don't think Ariados is going to survive Earthquake either way, but maybe he'll be forced to put in his last one, and that'll be something that's weak to ground. Here's an interesting behind the scenes for the Let's Play we haven't done for Heart Gold Soul Silver yet, because we actually haven't done any of the streaming yet for it. I did want to consider Ariados for my team, but it's much too frail. It's not good. It's just straight up not good. And sure enough, had to switch into Quillfish, which had no chance. To be fair, I think even if it didn't have the double damage, I think it probably still would have died. Sometimes how they like lay these particular battles out are interesting, where you get one where it's like, I wouldn't say the last one was like super difficult, but like he had a team of 5, like he had 2 legendary, he had a legendary and a pseudo legendary. It depends on how you feel about Regice, I guess. And then like that guy just had like 3 Pokemon. One like Ursa Ring's okay, but Quillfish and Ariados are terrible, and so just like completely got obliterated. Part of me wonders if he was going to intentionally try to poison Ursa Ring to make it do more damage, since he had 2 poison types, but we'll never know, because they didn't last long enough for it to matter. Well, this looks like another call for Earthquake, and for Superman. Always looks like a job for Superman. I don't think we're going to need this, but just curious to see how much this will do. Oh, it does have Levitate, okay. Well, bye Rhydon. Oh, it actually did survive. Well. I guess we'll find out if it has Lightning Rod or whatever the other one is. Iron Head or Steel Head or whatever it is that prevents the recoil. I guess that's what it had. I know that's part Psychic, so we'll do this. maybe like the last one, he'll be forced to switch into something weak to ground, or at the very least, something that can't levitate. No, that unfortunately will not do anything. Even though it has no wings and therefore should not be able to quote-unquote fly. That's butt shot on that dude there. Jeez, camera. We're not playing Final Fantasy X tonight. You don't have to keep doing all these butt shots. If I ever did do a playthrough of Final Fantasy X where it was me playing, not Ericus, I would have to keep track of how many butt shots there are, though. So I'm telling you, man, that game... Like, I know the boob ones are intentional, because they do those pretty frequently, too. But I do appreciate that it's equal opportunity, because it's not just the girls that get the butt shots. The guys get them, too. I think they probably get them more than the girls do, honestly. So it's like, you know, it's equal opportunity ass, at least. Forbidden Charm of Dark Pokemon, watch. Oh, yeah, the fact that they're susceptible to Earthquake, but then in their defense, pretty much everything is. Ground is always like the one type offensively that just seems like everything is weak to ground except for flying. It's like, oh, what's weak to ground? It's like, oh, well, fire is weak to ground, and electric is weak to ground, and steel is weak to ground, and just, like, everything is weak to ground. Maybe it's also because, like, it feels like a lot of the types that aren't weak to ground just aren't very good in terms of physical defense, typically, with those types of Pokemon, so they just still get obliterated pretty badly. Like Psychic types, for example, of like, I don't think Psychic is weak to ground, pretty sure it's not. But typically, in terms of physical defense, they're not very strong, at least not at this point in the series, they're not. I don't think of high physical defense when I think of like Alakazam, for example. And so it would probably still just get nailed by it and knocked out anyway. Man, that almost got Sharpedo. Of course, speaking of poor defenses, Sharpedo is up there. Well, since I'm confused, we'll just Earthquake again, and... I guess go after Mightyena since it's got more health. Even if this doesn't go through, it's still gonna knock them both out. Alright, what's your... Oh, let's see. What... I'm gonna make a guess. Dark type. I would say it's like the Houndour lines. Houndour or Houndoom. But also part of me just want to say Murkrow again. No, Crawdon. Alright. Wrong on both counts. I always forget about that Pokemon though. Bye, Sharpedo. Well, yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. Just make a decision. You know, Earthquake is going to do enough damage, like, for sure, so just do that. Aha! I got that thing that was bothering me. It was trying to fall into my eye. I think it was a hair from my eyebrow, but I'm not sure if it was from my eyebrow or just my eye, but either way. We done did it. The dark type lost. Unfortunately, back in the day, that was pretty commonplace. Also, probably not helped by the fact that, you know, like the Team Rocket or whatever the equivalent in that game was, we're almost always going to use either poison or dark. So, as a result, they had to make a couple ones that were pretty easy to beat in the main story. Oh, speaking of dark types, there's Tyranitar. That Swampert might actually be a problem. That might have Ice Beam. Maybe not, but it might, also. Dibba-dibba-dib. Well, that won't affect Flygon, at least, so there's that. We can nail it with Earthquake. Yeah, let's do that. Just go with stab bonus. Stab bonus and just a general high attack stat, or when in doubt, are a pretty good combination. Curious how much this will do to Tyranitar. Oh, okay, bye. Some would consider that a pseudo-legendary back in the day, so the fact that it just got knocked out in one hit's kind of insane. Since it was level 62, and I think Flygon is about the same level. 60, okay, 2 levels higher, but still. Alright, well, what do you got now? Armaldo and Breloom. That's getting aerial aced. The sandstorm rages, and now it is actively affecting your team worse than it is mine. Or no, he's got part rocks. It's still even split here. Alright, as long as Iron Tail connects, that should be game. Like I said, I like fighting, and grass is pretty good. I'm not a big fan of them together. But that's probably because I also just like always try. Ooh, good question. Do I want to make room for that? Not really. I feel like I've been using all of these. So, no, not really. Nah. Oh, and I did miss. That's a bummer. I feel like there's definitely a way to make Flygon's moveset better. I don't think Hyper Beam is the be-all, end-all of making that moveset better. We'll try that again, and I guess this. That'll work. So yeah, alright, well, we're just gonna have to rely on Dragon Claw then. Luckily, Salamence is too powerful to be stopped. Mostly because there's no Ice Beam anywhere in sight, but, you know, still. Pretty sure the first run-through we did with the, getting knocked out right at the end, like, there was several times where it was like, they had Salamence dead to rights, and it was just so powerful, it just still survived. It just got hit by, like, 5 different things in one turn, and still somehow did not get taken out, because it's just that good. He's a good boy. Good little bean. Alright, floor 80. Area leader, Nede. Nede. I thought it was Mayday, but, you know. Oh, right. This is the one that uses the Jonto and... Or no, it's not. Never mind. It's not. There is somebody that does that, though. They use the Jonto and Hoenn starters, the final versions of each. She does have a Blaziken, but... Ooh, this is going to be tough. Who do I target? There's a lot to pick from here, but I think we're going to go with... Going with the effectiveness on both. So Dragon Breath on Salamence as much as I want a Dragon Claw, because I can Aerial Ace Blaziken. I do think... Of those two, as much as Blaziken is good and play the right way in Gen 3, you can actually sweep the Elite Four with just it pretty easily. Salamence is still the bigger threat of those two, even with that. I know what both those are capable of, and I would, even though I picked essentially keeping Salamence alive with the two, yeah, that is definitely the bigger threat of the two, for sure. It's paralyzed, so we'll assuredly be going last. Aerial Ace Machamp. Picked a pretty good combo here, despite the fact it's 2 dragons. That I don't really have a hard counter for, and it's probably got a nice move, but we'll see what happens once her Salamence is off the field. Maybe that's something we can target. Just lose one of our 2 and swap out for Jolteon. And there's There's another level for Typhlosion, which is 56. Heracrostal, that's 4x weak to flying. Bye. I don't even need to double team that thing. I know that's going... Yep. Bye. I don't expect this to get a kill, but it might paralyze him, which would be nice. That was a very nice dance. That was a 10 out of 10. Thank you for giving us the honor of getting to watch that. That was very special. And even with that speed boost, still could not catch either of them. I figured Salamence was still going to outspeed it. I was not fully certain on Flygon since their levels were close together, but... Cleared area 8, alright. And then there were 2. In terms of areas, at least. Alright, Salamence did gain a level, so let's tag out... Actually, no, we'll keep him in, just because now that Zangoose is at 76, we can have, like, 274s, 276s, and then just wherever these two end up is wherever they end up, I suppose. Because it was... What? Why is a sailor on a mountain? Because it was here. That doesn't feel like an answer to that question. Oh, that's unfortunate. We already know the Wobbuffet strategy. Since all it has is counter and mirror coat, just literally leave it alone and don't touch it. Just focus all your energy on the other thing and it's just going to keep losing turns. And since we've got a dark type move on each of these, it's going to take super effective damage from both hits when it is time to finally focus on it. Probably the quote-unquote worst thing about it is just that you can't switch out while it's on the field, but... They essentially make it a 2v1 fight in their, whatever the opposite of favor is. God, that's so strong. This one actually might be okay defensively, so maybe it's a good thing we get an additional attack here. Yeah, you keep having fun over there. Okay, let's see, Dragon Claw. I hope it's actually not enough to get a kill. Perfect. That's right where I need it to be. They didn't want Dragon Breath to transfer over to Wobbuffet as a result. Alright, good news, Wobbuffet. You now have my full attention, mostly because there are no other options, but still. It's so weird to, like, have two Pokemon on the field that actually, like, have at least share a type. I know they're both dual types, but, like, they actually work very well together just because one of them can use Earthquake and there's just no penalty to your ally because they're not going to take any damage from it. And the one using Earthquake actually gets the same type attack bonus from it too, because its dual type is ground. Alright, I don't see any reason why not to do that. As for what's going on over here... I don't really feel like either of these are going to cause a problem, per se. Like, not more than the others would, so we'll just go after Wailord, I guess. I mean, they could, like, try to set up for a Rain Dance. I don't know what they're going to try and do here. Try to go for Rollout, maybe. Oh yeah, they almost surely were if Cast Form's involved. Yep, there it is. Well, look at that. You got to change this time. That's nice. I do wish it got the portrait changed, but I get why they didn't, so... no big deal. Oh, it actually survived. Wow. I had a feeling it probably wasn't going to. But, oh well. It does get the pleasure of getting the double kill on the Earthquake. I do wonder, is there anybody out there, well, like anybody watching this that has used Cast Form, not even competitively, just like on your team playing through the story mode, and if so, how did that go? Like, I assumed you probably used it for weather effects, but if not, like, what did you do with it? And generally, that's not even, like, insulting, like, what the heck did you do with it? Like, genuinely, what did you, like, how did you use that effectively? Or was it effective, or did you find out that it didn't really work like you hoped it would? I can only think of, like, one instance off the top of my head. Well, no, I guess two. But mostly, like, one specifically comes to mind. Of, like, using a Pokemon that's quote-unquote gifted to you somewhere in the story that I've actually used, since Cast Form is one of those in Gen 3. Needless to say, Cast Form is not the one that I'm thinking of. I wish I had that kind of time to be able to play through like one of the gens over and over and like literally use every single Pokemon and see how it would do relative to when you can get in the story and how well it would synergize with whatever you typically use, but nah. At least with Fire Emblem, Path of Radiance, and Radiant Dawn, when I do that, I can pick like 12 to 15 at a time as opposed to like 6. And the overall pool of characters is much smaller in Fire Emblem than it is for like 100 plus Pokemon. It's just telling me, go after Wish Cache, don't leave it alive. Probably the whole devil you know versus devil you don't. At least I've used Quagsire before in Coliseum, fittingly. I think I used it in something else too on my own time, but I don't remember what game that was. To be fair, I wasn't using it as effectively as I could in Coliseum. I don't remember if this was first playthrough, second, or just like one I did on my own time, but I definitely wasn't as effective with it as I could have potentially been. I was good on the water side of it in terms of getting good water moves, but I just did not utilize the ground half of it effectively. Not on the offensive side anyway. Defensively it was fine, but should have been better than that about it, but oh well. Ouch, that has gotta hurt. And he have one left? No, he did not. Alright, well, in that case, just do whatever there, cause bye! When Shedinja's your last hope, you know it ain't going well. What do you have to say for yourself? Oh. Just a generic line about, oh, you're stronger than I thought you were. Alright, cowboy. Any pseudo-legend... Glalie is legendary, but probably not for the same reason I was referring to. Legendarily bad, maybe, but... that might be the only... well, not the only one, but that's definitely an ice type where it's like, yeah, that's fine, that can stay on the field. It's fine. That's pretty bad. You got two dragons, both of which are 4x weak to ice, and there's an ice one on the field that you could just attack and immediately destroy. You're like, nah, just leave it there. It's not that much of a threat. Knowing that that is entirely factual, it genuinely is that little of a threat. That you could just leave it there because it's fine. And even then, if given the choice, I'll probably leave it there again to get rid of Walrein. He didn't even use an ice, he might not have one, which is even sadder. He genuinely might not. Well, unfortunately, we'll never get to know, because he's not going to survive this round long enough for that to appear. I don't remember at this point, but I guess I could check. We could check the little Mount Battle thing here. I think they might not necessarily show the moves. They might just show what Pokemon they have. Yeah, it doesn't show, unfortunately, what their moveset is. I'll close that so I'm not tempted to cheat. But it would have been interesting to see if he had an ice move. I think they only show the movesets for the boss. There's tragically not a lot of, like, more in-depth info about XD. Of having all those details narrowed down. For like the main games, you know their Pokemon, you know what level it is, you know what well, not nature, but you know what like their ability is, you know what their moveset is, all that. Most info for XD, it's like, yeah, they have this Pokemon, it's somewhere around this level, roughly. What an intriguing challenger. Probably because you're the first one, I'm the first one you've seen in, like, who knows how long. You're just stuck up here doing God knows what, I guess. I don't know. Maybe you're filing your taxes. Having a great old time doing that. How's the internet strength up here? Way up on the top of this mountain. I'd rather get rid of slacking. Yeah, they have increased in level slightly while we've been going up here, but only like not those huge level jumps, just from like level 63 to 67, not up 20 levels or anything. Please let Hariyama just like belly drum itself to death. That would be great. Wow, that's really sad. Oh, it just fails. Okay, well, that's a bit disappointing. I guess it can't be like the curse where you cut your HP. I have seen somebody kill themselves with that. It actually gave me a victory where I would have otherwise assuredly lost. Typhlosion is at level 58, plus 6 in HP. Nice. Yeah, probably won't be strong enough to use, but it'll at least be, he'll be a nice strong boy rather than a little baby Cyndaquil. Which, I mean, he's lovely either way. Level 66 for Flagon. I feel like we're overdue for seeing some legendaries here. Or pseudo-legendaries, at least. Been a while since we've seen, like, legendary birds. Haven't seen the legendary dogs yet at all. I know they're coming. None of the other Reggies, Ice, Steel, or Rock. I know they'll be coming. A battle's something to be enjoyed. Well, I mean, it is. Oh, if that's not just an excuse to be like, Durher, we have Lightning Rod on this Rhyhorn, I don't know what is. Let's see. I'm not really too terribly threatened by either of those, so sure, Plant Pearl, why not? Just on the off chance he throws out something that's weak to ground. Ah, that's disappointing. I figured it was probably gonna be another water type, something that Lightning Rod could, you know, absorb potential hits. But now he does not have that privilege. Not unless he's got something else like Manectric, which is possible. No, Fortress. Ah, oh, jackass. Well, maybe if I end up losing Salamence or Flygon in this fight, I can pull out Typhlosion, since Fortress is 4x weak to... Oh no, Fortress just killed itself, never mind. It just decided to kamikaze. The good old "you can't kill me, I quit." That's not gonna kill Salamence. No. Nice try. That strategy might have worked on a dork like Wheeler, but I'm in a different league, as Wise Man once said. I'd say name that cartoon, but that's a pretty easy one. The dork like Wheeler part is a dead giveaway. For those of you playing along, though, it is the original Yu-Gi-Oh! It's from KC Grand Championship, which is part of the final season before Dawn of the Duel. And I think before Capsule Monsters, too, if you want to count that. If you have not seen KC Grand Championship, if you want, like, a really funny, silly, goofy arc from Yu-Gi-Oh!, it's pretty good. It's pretty freaking good. The big bad basically uses a strategy on Joey, and later on they try to use it on Kaiba, and that's Kaiba's retort, because he's been watching the tournament because he's the one that's hosting the tournament. And of course, seeing that he's just trying the same thing, he's like, yeah, that might have worked on Joey, but it's not going to work on me. It also has a really nice finishing move by the victor of that. Like, no BS, heart of the cards crap. Like, just, like, knowing your deck and just raw freaking skill. And it's so good. Like, it's amazing how they just, like, draw that card. There's, like, a brief second of them calculating everything in their head. Like, it literally doesn't even last a full second of what am I going to use, exactly how much damage is this going to do, like how much am I giving my opponent, and then how much am I taking away, and gets it like perfectly. Absolutely brilliant. Quick again, Dragon Claw, get rid of Shelgon and swap it out for whatever you got. But yeah, I have been rewatching it. Not so much watching it. I've left it on in the background at work while I've been doing other things, but I'm not too terribly far into Dawn of the Duel, which is the final arc of the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Then I'll move on to GX. I've rewatched that in GX. I can't get into 5Ds. I haven't even tried with like Vrains or Zexal. 5Ds is fun to make fun of because of card games on motorcycles, but like, eh. Much like with the actual card game and the video games, like the minute that they started doing like pendulum summonings and synchro summonings like that, I was like, I'm out. I'm good. Yeah, that's it for me. The closest I got to the synchro summonings was literally just the original V to Z Dragon Cannon, which even then, it's probably not even V to Z, it's probably literally just the XYZ parts, not even before the VW came into play. And I never used those card combinations in actual playing the game. In the video games, if I could get the cards, yeah, sometimes I would, but it kind of depends on which Yu-Gi-Oh game you're playing. There are definitely some like good Yu-Gi-Oh games out there, but there are some extremely bad ones. Sometimes because they're just made bad, and then some of them are like brutally hard. Like Reshef of Destruction, just like if you want to see a game that's like brutally hard, just like go look up the TV tropes for Reshef of Destruction. Yu-Gi-Oh! Reshef of Destruction. It is hard. Like I remember trying to play it after doing Sacred Cards, and if they were like, yeah, Sacred Cards was a pretty rough game, and I was like, yeah, I remember being tough. And they're like, Reshef of Destruction will make that game look very, very easy, and then I realized, oh, that's not good. And yeah, they're right. It's rough. It's real rough. All right, are we going for Protect Earthquake or Protect Explosions / Self-Destruct here? Depending on how much damage this does, he might not even get a chance to do it. No, oh, no, he did survive. Alright, are you gonna do it? Yep, there's the self-destruct. You wonder if there's, like, somebody on a lower floor that just, like, every now and again just hears an explosion up here, and it's just like, I wonder what that was. It's probably fine. Or, like, looks up and wondering if, like, part of the building or whatever you want to call this is just gonna like detach and fall off on them or something. Alright, now that y'all have gotten your kicks with the Protect Earthquake, or Protect Self-Destruct, let's see what you're actually capable of here, potentially. You didn't use Protect, so you've clearly got something else in mind. Which is probably not Earthquake, seeing as it wouldn't do anything. Nope, just a little Darude. Alright. I can vibe with that. What number that was that? That was 80 something, right? 86, 88. Oh, I was way off. I was even thinking at that point, I was like, man, it feels like we got a long way to go. Like we still got like 15 or 16. It's like, no, we got 11. That's, for some reason, that jump from 15 to 16 to 11, it was just like, oh, that's a very big increase, even though it's not, really. This one I do remember. This was a Protect Self-Destruct team. Hopefully Pineco will be the one protecting, because I can definitely get Graveler out. Yes. Excellent. Because the downside with making Graveler self-destruct is it will be going last. And this might be a double whammy because depending on what she sends out, she might lose that one immediately too. Nope, nobody's getting hit by that. It either won't work on anybody, or they're protected, or some doohickey or another. Alright, let's see. He's probably still going to self-destruct. The wheezing, that is, since I left it alone. Anything you can tag out that can also fly? Nope. Fly, levitate, float, or otherwise protect itself. Problem is, even if it does survive, if Wheezing uses self-destruct, what's left of that C-Dot's health is, yeah, it will not survive. Well, stat check. Well, good for you. You did a good. We're very proud. It's probably gonna survive this and self-destruct. Yeah, narrowly though. You can do it. Yeah, there it is. Blah. Don't look so shocked. You're the one that told your Pokemon to do that. Psycho. I think this will probably be a double kill either way. Oh yeah, it definitely will. Pseudo-Widow's weak to it. C-Dot's not, but it's at red, so it's toast either way. Between 100 power, same type attack bonus, and soft sand? Yeah, I don't think so. Your last line of defense. Nose pass. Beautiful. Maybe Iron Tail will feel like connecting today. That'd be nice. Never mind, it won't need to. What was her name? Super Trainer? Was that her title, rather? Yeah, it was. Seeing that one before. Alright, we took care of your little self-destruct friend right there. Please tell me you're not going to do the exact same thing, because that would be disappointing. This could be an earthquake. This could be a protect earthquake combo. I guess that's the same thing. Or protect and something else. It could be that combo. I know that's not going to work on Gligar. I know it's ground flying. Well, they didn't go for Protect. I had a feeling one of them was going to. Yeah, I had a feeling that was... Pretty sure that happened a couple times when I was using Aggron earlier in the story. Ah, you've got the Reggies, huh? Or at least one of them. Ooh, missed. That's unfortunate. I do believe that will be the end of Gligar. Because unlike him, I will not be missing. Registeel, perhaps? Hey, there's Flamethrower at long last. Please and thank you. 95 versus 60. Yeah, I think so. Metagross. Well, that's also weak to Earthquake, so that works too. Yeah, I do think you can actually get Flamethrower without using the TM, of course, faster on Cyndaquil, Quilava, Typhlosion if you don't evolve them whenever they're ready to evolve, but, like, there's a whole thing with that of, like, there's some stuff you'll get, there's some stuff you won't. Like, it's just a mess. So I usually just let Pokemon evolve whenever it's time for them to evolve. Blah. Earthquake, we'll get rid of Regirock. Oh, I don't even know what to do about Skarmory. Flying Steel, huh? Oh, that was one of the other ones Steel was good against that I was listing off earlier. It was Dragon. I was like, I know there's a couple I was missing. I'd forgotten Dragon. That's fine. I'd rather have the Reggie off the field than Scar. The worst thing about Skarmory is probably trying to catch it, because its catch rate is awful. Anybody that's played Coliseum knows that when you're trying to catch it. That's all that's left. Alright, that's all that's left. In that case, that's not very effective. That won't work at all. So we're down to these two. So I guess we'll just try, when in doubt, bite. Always bite. It's a shame that Crunch doesn't have the flinch chance, but oh well. One of it most people would probably say if you like switched where Bite has the chance to lower special defense and Crunch is the one that can flinch, Crunch would like easily be the better of the two. I do know a few people, and I've done it before too, of like choosing to forego Crunch in order to have the flinch chance for Bite, and if you get lucky with it and get it a lot, it probably actually technically is better. Because, like, yeah, they might survive, but if they lose their turn, then what's the point? You know? I guess they can heal after it, but if they keep having to sacrifice their turn to either heal or because they're losing it because of flinch, then, like, ultimately nothing's getting gained for them. The best they can hope for is that you run out of power points for it. Which is probably not an ideal strategy in 99.9% of situations. Oh, he has gotten there, hasn't he? He's gotten to 76. Alright, well, Jolteon can't survive an Earthquake. Walrein actually can, so it'll probably make the most sense to put him there. Or her there, sorry. I'm always so bad about remembering what genders my team has. Alright, we're down to the last 10. If that was a Huntail, I'd be like, yeah, it's gone for sure. Gorbis is a little bit more defensive. It's still not very good, but it is better than Huntail. Even the aggressive player like me from time to time will be like, oh, when you get these two counterparts, like one's the offense base, one's the defense base. Most of the time I'll recommend the offense. Huntail is not one of those times. Believe it or not, I will actually say Gorbis is slightly better. Alright, well, that's it for the Earthquake fun. Well, since we no longer have to worry about that happening, at least not from my ally, might as well send out the Electric type. Gorbis. This would be bad. Really, at this point, a small gust of wind could get rid of Melodic. Kingdra. We might end up seeing a Huntail here, I don't know. He is playing Waters, and so it is possible. It could be a Crawdont, it could be a Sharpedo. Sure, it could be a Ludicolo. I guess that works too. I'm usually not the type to divide attacks, but let's see what happens here. That was a decision. That was boosted by Rain Dance, mind you. Yeah, that critical hit was deserved for making such a boneheaded move. There's Huntail. I'm fine with leaving that on the field, as long as it takes to knock out Ludicolo, honestly. I don't know what the worst Huntail is can do, but I'm willing to bet it's probably not very much. Yeah, leave it on the field. Leave Huntail on the field. Not threatened by it. Curious to see what else will pop out here. Lantern. Oh, okay. I guess you could play Lantern too. Better than Huntail, who apparently can't even get his attack to connect. The poor boy's trying his best here. Bye, Huntail. I hope you enjoyed your time. I guess in the rain. I was gonna say the sun, but you... Well, not him, but Rainy Day was used, so... Or Rain Dance was used, so... Paralysis. Also, true to my word, we did get a Typhlosion past level 60. I guess the good news is by watching this, excluding me using some rare candies when it was back at level 5, but this would give you a pretty good idea if you threw the XP share on somebody and just kind of like left them in the fights as best you could. It would give you a pretty good idea of what level they would be at by the time they got to the end of this. I doubt anybody was like frothing at the mouth for that information, but you know now, so there's that. And technically we still got 9 more levels here, so it'll probably end up at around like 63, 64 would be my guess. If you didn't use the rare candies, that would put you at probably like... I mean, granted, those first couple levels are no big deal. If I was smart, I would have saved the rare candies at Battle 99, and then after that battle was over, then I would use them. But that ultimately means it would probably fall somewhere around level 60, roughly. With a Raging Sandstorm. Oh no! That means you've got a bunch of ground types, and I'm about to send out a water type. Well, at least you have a good pick in ground types. I'll give you that. Even though Tyranitar is not ground, pretty sure it's rock and dark. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Please let that... Oh, well, okay, in that case. I was gonna say, please let that Iron Tail connect, but even if it did now, it wouldn't matter. Maybe he just, like, read the moveset I had and just immediately saw that Iron Tail and was like, oh no! Between that and Water Pulse, he knew. Alright, let's try that again. Oh, that actually didn't get him. Wow. Maybe depending on what comes out, I'll switch next round and try to hit him with Water Pulse. Though he might try to protect again, honestly. It wouldn't surprise me to see that happen. But I guess we'll see what he does here first. Could be a Hyper Beam, could be some sort of stat reduction or buff, I don't know. Rock Slide, okay. I think that's the first time we've seen that on this run-through, actually. I don't think anybody else has used that yet. I'm going to take a guess and say he is probably going to use Protect again. But we'll see. Yep. Whether that's to set up for his partner to do something where he can just be immune to it, I don't know, but we might get lucky and it might not matter, because either Cacturn will die or it'll get frozen. Yeah, I had a feeling. Whatever your plan was, it did not work. Ooh, that's tempting to Earthquake now. With the Cacturn, I was like kind of like on the fence about it. Now I'm really tempted to do it. Well, I think I just knocked out my own teammate there, but it'll definitely knock out Tyranitar for sure, because it did earlier, so. Aw, critical, that's lame. Aggro, protect us. Well, don't you feel special? Well, since we have a slightly rare opportunity here where there's only one person left, maybe we can sneak in a bit of extra EXP, and if I lose Typhlosion, then I'll just Earthquake him anyway. Oh, that's right, your dual typing kind of, well, not neutralizes it, but evens it out. Yeah, there we go. That's game over, because I'm probably just going to use Flamethrower and likely Dragon Breath. Crunch would probably work just as well. Yeah, we'll go with Crunch. Why not? We'll vary it up, even though ultimately it does not matter. Alright, that's one down. This loss has the flavor of... Don't worry, I live in a place where we get, like, little hubbubs of sandstorms, so probably the reason that strategy didn't work is just because I've gotten so used to it, so it just didn't have any effect. In fact, I don't think it actually caused any of my attacks to miss. I think the only ones that missed were the ones that got blocked by Protect, so they didn't really miss so much as they did fail. Hey, there's a legendary Pokemon. I was wondering when another one was going to show up. It's sad that I still think Espeon's probably the bigger threat between those two. I don't think they're gonna let Walrein survive with having Raikou right there, so I feel like that might be enough to get him, honestly. Oh, okay. That I was not expecting. I was expecting it to probably get dropped down to, like, low yellow. Not just die in one hit. That's usually one of the slightly bulkier psychic types for this point in the series. But oh well, I guess they're both gone. Could you imagine doing that, throwing out, like, a legendary Pokemon and then another Pokemon that's known for being, like, pretty good as well, and then an Earthquake just knocks them both out immediately? Well, I can definitely get Entei with Earthquake. Suicune I'm not quite as sure on. That will help, though. I mean, We'll go with that because I think it's holding Never Melt Ice and it's got stab bonus. I know that'll get slightly negated by it not being effective, but I think overall that might do more. And none of them are going to be phenomenal, but that's alright. And that was why I didn't do Water Pulse. I had a feeling Entei was not going to be surviving that attack. So I guess in the world of earthquakes, Suicune is the most resilient, but that's probably no surprise, seeing it's the only one that's not type weak to it. That's probably going against the obvious, unless he's really dumb. Yeah. Oh, it survived. Nice. I don't really think it's worth knocking out. I mean, Walreign's probably toast anyway. Well, it kind of depends on what Umbreon does. Suicune's not going to make it that far because it's going to get knocked out because it's going to go last, so it's going to lose to Dragon Breath. So it pretty much depends what Umbreon does here, but it'll probably try to use a status rather than a damaging move. Probably the worst it's got for actual damage is Feint Attack, would be my guess. No, good guess. Because it's probably like, what, Feint Attack, Confuse Ray. I don't know what else the AI would put. I know what I would put on it. I don't know about the AI, though. I will say this is probably one of the better games to, like, actually have an Umbreon, which is why I kind of appreciate they give you it in Coliseum. And it's one of the reasons that it's one of my favorite ones. In terms of battling, it's probably somewhere in the middle, but in terms of looks, it's number one. But letting it be in a game with, or where you have it as your starter, one of your two, in a game where it's all double battles really gives it a much better chance to shine than it would in a solo battle area. Particularly this early in the series. Later on, it could probably, you know, utilize more options that it would have available, but at the time, those options would be a lot smaller. But in a double battle, you know, you can... I mean, what I would probably do is I would probably just stick a bunch of stuff like Confuse Ray, Toxic, like status effects to really just like mire down the enemy and keep throwing those on something that's either particularly easy that you can already deal with and then just make it even harder for your opponent to use and then focus all your energy on the hard one, or just completely shut down the one that's difficult and then move over to the other one that's easier. Let's see. These are both pretty resilient to Earthquake. Yeah, there's not really any good thing for Flygon here. Knowing I'm probably going to lose Flygon, I'm going for Meganium to try to force him to play a Fire type that I can Water Pulse. Or his other Grass type, which would be Sceptile, to Ice Beam it. If he's smart and does lose Meganium here, the smart play would be to put out Swampert. Would be his other water. Nice butt shot there, thanks. Is he smart? No, he is not, but, I mean, that is a faster Grass type, so maybe he's got that going for him at least. Alright, same thing again. Sceptile's probably got a better chance of surviving this combination than Meganium did, not just because it's faster, either. Nope, no dice. Alright, so it's either going to be Blaziken, Typhlosion, or Swampert. Typhlosion, okay. He's still gonna pass on Swampert. I guess he's assuming Brick Break will be enough to take out Walrein, and eventually that's true, but, like, I don't know if it's worth banking on that by sacrificing 3 of your Pokemon to do that. Though, to be fair, Typhlosion could potentially outspeed Walrein. I don't see why not, even though it's higher level than Typhlosion. It's still very possible. Of course, if it gets paralyzed, that might be another story. Alright, and there were 2 to pick from. Are you finally sending out Swampert, or are we still gonna stall and go with Blaziken? Nope, we're still going with this, alright. That was a decision to make. I would have just done Brick Break again and gotten rid of Walrein instead of using Earthquake to get rid of him, but also take your Blaziken down to no health. Alrighty. I mean, you do you. At this point, all I have to do is just kind of look in that general direction. My 3rd time fighting this guy now, and this is far and away the dumbest version I've seen. Not just because this is the, like, highest version level of my team, but, like, he just made some really dumb decisions. Oh, well, at this point, I kind of just wail on him, honestly. Yeah, I had a feeling that might turn up, but that actually might be exactly what I want if it knocks out Jolteon, because I could put in Typhlosion. It's gonna go last because it's paralyzed. Oh, that actually works out perfectly. So between Typhlosion just doing like quick attack for chip damage and Dragon Breath with Flygon, that should be enough. That was quite nice of it to let me get that extra little bit of experience for Typhlosion. If it's any consolation, Swampert, you probably put up the best fight between the 6. Level 63. Yeah, I like to always keep the water, fire, and grass Pokemon together with me. Well, that's nice. Maybe swap out that Meganium for a Venusaur, just a thought. I think if they did one like this nowadays with having 9 gens of Pokemon, they'd almost assuredly have a team of 6 that's like 6 of the 9 fire starters, 6 of the 9 water starters, 6 of the 9 grass starters. Gyarados Manectric. Alright. Well, even if I had electricity, then Manectric's probably there for that exact reason. So, we'll do this. It doesn't affect Gyarados, but that's fine. Gyarados wasn't the target. Earthquake does seem to be the one, like, fail-safe for this plan with, like, the lightning rod thing is most things that have lightning rod pretty weak to earthquake, turns out, because they're either electric types or they're ground types. Or, sorry, rock. They're rock types. Look at that little dance. Look at him go. Doing the Lord's work there. He's learned from the last one. Got it. Let's see if I can get him with body slam and paralyze him on top of that falling. That would almost assuredly probably force him to recall Gyarados back for something else. No, he's gonna keep Gyarados. He's sticking to his guns. All right. Sure, yeah. Walreign's going next because Gyarados is paralyzed and infatuated, and it's gonna outspeed Rhydon. So Rhydon's gone. We're moving to like Mantine or something else that's 4x weak. Alright. Yeah, do that dance. It's a very good dance. Quality dance. Okay. Ooh, wait, no, go back, go back. That's part psychic, I always forget that for some reason. Don't know why. I should know better, like, I raised one of those in the verse that they did for Fire Red Leaf Green. That was one of my teammates, was Starmie. I mean, at this point, there's no reason not to. The two lightning rods are off of the field now, so I'm fine with keeping Gyarados on the field since it's... Well, no, it did lose the infatuation. I suppose there's that. So yeah, we'll split up the attacks here and knock them both out. And find out what that last Pokemon was that either had Lightning Rod or was weak to electricity, one of the two. Yep, sure enough, it was Mantine. This is why I'm like so iffy on doing strategies like that of like having like the whole, I guess we'll go Zangoose here. Like having the whole strategy revolve around just that one thing, because it's like the minute that somebody figures it out and how to get past it, like you're just toast. Like it's, you know, if you have one that's a more varied team like mine is, like, yeah, it doesn't have like a fully cohesive team where everything runs perfectly, hence why, you know, Earthquake wasn't working perfectly, like I was hitting my ally. But it also means like if they get through one strategy you do, you could just shift to another strategy. Like, nah. Hey, cute little Zangoose. Look at him. Yeah, we'll try to keep the levels decently even here. I imagine between those four, i.e. Jolteon, Walrein, Zangoose, Salamence, probably one of them will be one level shy of the others, but we'll see. Oh, right, I remember this one last time I played, because I tried to eliminate that Ninjask immediately, and of course, like you saw in an earlier fight with Togetic, it used Follow Me and basically sacrificed itself to save Ninjask. But let's find out if it'll do the same thing again. Yep, it sure will. You have a lot of faith in that Ninjask to just immediately sacrifice one of your Pokemon for it. So the question is, now that the Follow Me thing is gone, if I had attacked Ninjask with Flygon, now that the Follow Me target is gone, would the attack still go to Ninjask, or would it go to this Miltank that just got sent out? I targeted Togetic with Flygon without the Follow Me, so it would have gone there regardless. But, oh well. Another job for another day, I suppose. Well, now that Miltank's paralyzed, guess what's gonna happen? Aw, you jackass. Wow, that was a great use of everyone's turn. You better hope whatever's coming out is ready for a world of pain. All that set up just to immediately get knocked out. That wasn't even a super effective move either. Oh, hey, it's you. Probably did stat. Didn't it lose all of its stat changes because it used Baton Pass and therefore left the fight and transferred them over to Ursaring, which got sent rocketing to the moon? I guess it would technically get the speed boost at the end of that turn, maybe. I don't know. But now it's finally gone. Send out a different kind of Bree, but not an Umbreon. Not as cute. I wonder if that guy that does the YouTube shorts has gotten to Breloom for what your Pokemon says about you. He's done like 11 or 12 parts at this point. They're always worth a laugh if you want to watch those. He has like a subset that's one of my favorites of like the ones that are super cute of like, now we can add to the list of Pokemon that are so cute you would take over a small to medium-sized country for them. So stuff like Spheal is in there. Mew, I think, is in there. I'd overthrow a small country for Spheal. He's pretty cute. He's a good little boy. His evolutions are not as cute. They're effective in battle, but Spheal is adorable. Especially if you've seen it at the beginning of Destiny Deoxys. When that guy... When the kid that's like there for just the movie, whose name I do not remember, is like petting a little Spheal when he's out in the Arctic before he gets traumatized by a bunch of Pokemon running around him because they're all confused, not sure what's going on, and they give him PTSD, so he's terrified of Pokemon. I should rewatch that one. I don't remember too much about it. Like, I remember bits and pieces. I remember the main story, but I'm sure there's some, like, really nice slice-of-life stuff in there that just, like, slipped between the cracks of my mind because it wasn't important. Plus, This Side of Paradise is a really good song. That's, like, one of my favorite ones from the movies. It's not number one, but it's pretty high up there. I see no reason why not. Get him. Definitely gonna get rid of Breloom. Man, she like fainted. Only 4 trainers and challenges away. How will the events unfold? I think they'll unfold with me starting to save, just in case. I'm not worried about being outwitted so much as just in case there's another protect slash explosion and self-destruct idiot. Which there probably is one somewhere. We are overdue for some legendaries, though. Those are not legendaries, especially not that second one. Kind of cool looking, love the idea for it, but yeah, 4x weak to flying is... You're lucky that Flygon's out here and not Salamence, because that thing would be gone. Nah, I don't think it's worth that risk. I was gonna use Earthquake, but it's not worth, like, destroying Jolteon. Because Jolteon would have still gone first, so the Crobat was getting knocked out regardless, so it would have been dependent on what she sent out next, but that's not worth the gamble. It's entirely possible. Yeah, see, if she'd thrown that out, it wouldn't have done any damage. I would have lightly damaged Heracross and heavily damaged my ally. It wouldn't have been worth it. Made the correct call. You did a little dance. I figure out what the theme for this trainer is, because it's kind of an interesting set here. Doesn't seem to have any rhyme or reason, which I actually kind of like. And these are all very different, like bug fighting, regular fighting, poison flying, normal flying. Keep trying to paralyze this Heracross, and it's just not happening. For now, I'll focus on the Machamp. If this Heracross had like a nasty move in its arsenal, it would have pulled it out by now. That was also pretty dramatic. That was up there with Curlia. It's like somebody getting killed in a stage play where they have to do like a little soliloquy before they finally die. Oh, there's Earthquake. Alright, well. We'll see how Hariyama and... yeah, Hariyama withstood that decently well. Alright, let's see what I got for options here. Walrein is still set. You know what? I'm okay with that. Walrein's not gonna get blasted by Earthquake or anything like that. Yeah. Oh, well, especially if you're gonna do that. So if this doesn't kill an Earthquake, if he pulls Earthquake again, he might just end up knocking out his ally. You gonna do it? You gonna pull the trigger? Nope, not gonna do it. Okay. Ow. Well, the good news is, I think now with Hariyama paralyzed, I think I'm at least a little bit safe to do this. Provided I get the chance for that flamethrower to go and hit Heracross, that's going to be enough to get rid of it. Well, when it's got a chance to go ahead of him, it's going to be Heracross himself, but I don't think he can do anything too terribly bad to Typhlosion. Yeah, we could probably get Typhlosion up one more level before. We still got 3 more fights after this. Oh yeah, easily. It would just need, like, one more fight on the field or two while it's in the party. I know one of these fights has, like, all three Reggies between 98 or 99. One of these two guys is going to have it. I think it's actually him. I don't think it's 99. Oh, Flygon mirror match. Alright. And Jump Bluff, which makes me wish I still had Typhlosion out, so I could have burnt that alive, but oh well. Eh, I guess. Just in case Dragon Breath isn't enough, maybe we'll get the flinch chance, or maybe between the damage on both, that'll be enough to get rid of it. Oh, just barely. Come on, get paralyzed, get stunned, something. Both, either, I don't know. Hey, there we go. The sunlight got bright. It did. It did. It got very bright. And in honor of that, we're going to use Double Kick to get rid of Flygon. Or you could immediately put me to sleep, even though you just made the sunlight get bright, so I was assuming Solar Beam. But nope, you're just going to waste a turn doing that instead. Nice, we can paralyze Jump Left too. We'll see. Yeah, go ahead and get rid of it. Alright, I tried this in an earlier one and it didn't work. There we go. Either that or I hit the wrong button and wasn't paying attention. Hey, I made the right call. Jump Left's gonna waste his turn. So I'm guessing this is a Solar Beam team. Like, Flygon can learn that, I'm pretty sure. It just didn't get a chance to really use it. That is part dark and would take the additional damage. Why not? This is going to be a good opportunity for Typhlosion if I do lose somebody to be able to swap him out, so... Seriously? Well, at least you didn't divide them evenly to where one fell asleep and the other got flinched because of Fake Out. I don't know why you're that worried about Jolteon of all Pokemon, though. I feel like of the two Flygons is the one that's been doing more damage. But you do you. Maybe they're, like, expecting me to Thunder Wave everybody, since I can't do, like, heavy damage. Jump Bluff at this point is just alternating between Sleep Powder and Protect. Just casually letting his allies die over and over. Oh, you are gonna spam Explosion. Okay. Oh, critical hit. That's nice. Typhlosion gained a level, which is perfect, because I'm about to send it out right now. As for the other... Walrein is weak to grass, I know, but it also... Well... No, Ice doesn't take any penalty from Sunny Day, I don't think. I think it's water. You would think Ice would take a penalty for that, but I actually don't think it does. can actually hit that with water, so that works. And this trainer hopefully will not be that smug, because... Oh, the sunlight went away. I was like, what the hell? I have been paying attention. Jump Luck did just get done using Protect. Believe it or not, I do pay attention every once in a while. Sure, I could water pulse that later, I guess. Oh, you're gonna up the power of my flamethrower. That's... appreciate that. Like, sure, it'll make flamethrower against him not very effective, but his health's so low anyway that, like, it's not gonna matter. Houndoom kind of wasted a turn there. Alright, we're pretty much set here. I don't think he could have won that fight, but if he played it a little better, he probably could have knocked out, like, another one or two my team there. Would have still had to get through Salamence, and that would have been a tall order, but oh well. Ooh, now you're confused too. I think this guy has like the absorb. Oh, he does. And I unfortunately think that would have been the nail in the coffin right there. I think that's enough to where Water Pulse can finish it off. Alright, that's the anti-penultimate fight done, and there's your vocabulary word for the day. Anti-penultimate, meaning third to last. Alright, so you're the one that's got the legendaries and stuff. Let's take a quick look. Just in case I want to use Earthquake, I think I am gonna switch. Yeah, I think I'll switch into that. Because if I'm right, she's got the Reggies, and at least 2 of them are weak to Earthquake. But then I don't have to sacrifice Jolteon to use Earthquake either, which I also don't want to do that, so... I was tempted to throw in Salamence, but just in case Reggie Ice is one of the first ones to pop up, which thankfully it looks like it's not. Let me quickly... Doubly sure I know what he's weak to here. Well, yeah, what he's weak to. What he can take damage to. Shedinja, obviously. If Flygon used Earthquake to get rid of Registeel. Flying, Rock, Ghost, Fire, Dark. I don't think I have that on either. Oh no, I have Dark. I have Dark, I can do that. On the off chance for a freeze, I want Shedinja out. I don't think it's a threat or anything, but if I'm going to be using Earthquake, I do want to try and hit both opponents with it. If I'm going to also make my ally take damage, otherwise it probably isn't worth it. See, like that. That, on the other hand, I can work with. Any chance? Yes! Excellent. I don't like banking on freeze. It seems like it almost never comes up. You can go whole playthroughs with never seeing it, but I will take it. No, he's not gonna be able to outspeed that Electro there. There ain't no way. So we'll just do this. Seriously, you defrosted immediately. Oh my god. Yeah, they're going for it. They're going for... Man. Weak-ass strategy. So what do you have left? Regirock, Regice, and then one other unknown one, I'm assuming. Gale? Oh, wow. Okay. So we're gonna do the exact same thing over again. Gotcha. Or at least they're gonna try to. I don't know if Glalie gonna survive this. Barely. Man, if that had gone towards Glalie, that probably would have been enough to take it out right then and there. Well, since we're gonna go with dick moves today, why don't I do the same? Oh, that's probably going to be enough to tempt it to use self-destruct if it didn't already. Which it might not have. Alright, is Regice going to be an explosion victim here? Yep, it sure is. So it's down to Regirock and Regice for her. Almost just Regirock. That was almost the end of it right there. Alright. Jolteon for sure, to just immediately get rid of Regice before it can use Explosion. If it's Regirock, between the two of these, I think Zangoose is actually a better choice because it's got Brick Break. Real curiosity is, are either of these going to use Protect? Yep, there it is. Really? So you were going to let Regirock take the fall? The one that's at full health instead of the one that's almost gone? Alright. There he goes. Yep, sure enough. Like, even at this point, if Regice gets off self-destruct / explosion, you're assuming that Salamence does not survive that self-destruct / explosion. And that is just not going to happen, you know? Like, it also assumes that you're going ahead of Salamence or Typhlosion, which I don't think is going to happen. Typhlosion, maybe. But ice types aren't really exactly known for their speed. Salamence, no way. There's no way. Yep, sure enough. What a digital dummy. And Typhlosion gets one more level for good measure. Which seems fair, since he got the killing blow. Kaboom. Yeah. Kaboom, alright. Jeez. Alright, that is floors 1 through 99. We already saw me do this at the beginning, but now we're going to see it again. But first, we're going to save. Have a slightly different team going into this time. For those that didn't see the first one, really quickly, instead of having Flygon and Typhlosion, which was initially a Cyndaquil when we brought it in here, but needless to say, it's gained some levels since then. We did have Gardevoir and Muck, so those are the two that I swapped out for this second round. I think... I think we'll leave as is. We'll leave it as is. I was curious to see if he would have different dialogue after you'd already defeated him once before, but I guess he does not. That's disappointing. Now the real question is, whenever you get to the which Pokemon would you like, is it going to just show a list of 2, or is the Cyndaquil going to be grayed out? Because if the guide is to be believed, which again, there's not a lot of good/correct info on XD, it'll be one of those 2 where it'll show all 3, and if I try to pick Cyndaquil again, it'll be like, oh, you can't choose that. But it would be funny if it would let me pick Cyndaquil again. So if given the option, I will try to do it, because I genuinely do want to know. Yeah, I got it. It's a compliment, Salamence. It's because I know that you're too powerful. I literally have you on my team right now. I know what you're capable of. Pretty sure Latios won't get hit by that. Yeah. Sorry, it was too strong. It's even stronger than that Latios standing right next to it, or floating. Another butt shot there. Jeez, 2 in a row? 1 for each cheek, how nice. I don't really have any preference which one to go after between these 2. Pretty sure Latios has Ice Beam on it, from what I remember. They'll probably target Flygon because it's a lower health, but we'll see. Actually, if I remember correctly, and this is pulling back from the very first attempt, I think both of them have Ice Beam, but I'm not completely sure about that. Are they? They're Dragon and something. The Dragon Psychic, Dragon Flying. I don't use legendaries in case you didn't know. Let's see. Dragon Psychic. Yeah, that's what I figured. Alright. Dragon Psychic it is. Yeah. Because if it does get paralyzed, it essentially loses 2 turns. Or, you know, it actually gets stopped by paralysis, rather, not if it gets paralyzed. Yeah, he was not happy that I did that. Damage this does. I'm gonna try something a little risky here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try something a little risky here. Alright, that attack's gonna be the only one that's gonna go through this turn. Close, but not enough, and that's the important thing. what's he got left? Metagross. Dusclops, that was the other one. Yeah, on the off chance that... Because I do not want this getting imprisoned again. Like, that was already annoying enough the first time, so I got a target with that. That was part of the reason I did Swords Dance, because Shadow Ball is physical in this game. Which means that's going to do a lot of damage. Part of it was for Brick Break against Slacking, but I knew if he threw out Dusclops, I remembered it was a ghost, but I couldn't remember which one. That would also be a way to stop him. That did more damage than I expected. That was more of just making absolutely sure the Dusclops got knocked out, not an attempt at knocking out Metagross with an Ice Beam. Alright, so he's down to just those two, right? He didn't have anything else left. Yeah, he's just down to those two. Okay. How does Ghost do on Metagross? I assume it's probably just normal damage. I know it's part psychic, but it probably gets thrown off by that steel. No, it does do 2x. Alright, well, in that case. So in case anyone was curious, weak to ground, ghost, fire, and dark. So I guess we'll do this. This is why it's hard to figure out what's good against Metagross, because it's resistant to normal, flying, rock, steel, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, and fairy, and it's immune to poison as well. Which means the only things that it's damaged normally by is fighting, bug, water, and electric. Not really using any of those on my team, so... He loses a turn. Which, unfortunately for him, probably means he is also losing the match. And if Dragon Claw is not enough to take him out, that Brick Break almost assuredly will be. Because it's same type attack, but well, not same type attack bonus, but it's been boosted by Swords Dance, and it's on a Pokemon with a high attack stat. There we go. In one sitting, all 100 floors of Mount Battle, including getting to see the final one twice with a slightly different team. We still get the coupons. Typhlosion and Flygon will get the ribbons. Yeah, it doesn't even show up on the list. That's disappointing. Well, obviously Totodile. Your ribbons every time you accomplish 100 streak win battles. Waiting, you make that sound like you get an additional one? I doubt that's the case. Yeah, no, it's just the one. Okay. Well, in case you're curious on what the Totodile looked like for its moves, I already showed these off, but the one I have has a quiet nature. That does not fit a Totodile at all, but okay. So yeah, it'll have its default moves, Scratch and Leer, and then it'll have its move it can get from eggs, which is a Crunch, and then its Hyper Beam equivalent for whatever element it is. In this case, it's water, so it is Hydro Cannon. And there you have it. Part of me does want to go pick up that Chikorita in my off time, and hilariously, like, the intrusive thoughts is like, you should do it a fourth time just to see if the dialogue changes, but it's not going to. You're just not going to get awarded an additional Pokemon because you've already picked all three of them up. But yeah, if you wanted those semi-exclusive Pokemon for the time, that was probably really cool to have the egg move and the elemental version of whatever water, fire, or grass you had for Hyper Beam. But that is everything in Pokemon XD that I can reasonably show because of how stupid the additional Coliseum is with, like, its ridiculously tough trainers. And increasing your level won't help because they'll just increase it to match the highest level of any Pokemon in your team. So as of right now, that means that I'd be fighting teams that all have level 76. So it ultimately would not make that much of a difference. I would have to go in, like, with the correct nature, with having good IVs, and that would force me to be resetting every time I caught a Shadow Pokemon that didn't have what I needed. So it would be a hassle, and it would be a lot of work for not much payoff, ultimately. But we got most of all the big stuff done in the game. We did the main story mode, we caught all the Shadow Pokemon, we purified all the Shadow Pokemon, showed off the additional stuff in Mount Battle, showed pretty much all the post-game except for that. We made pretty good run through this one. This is definitely the most time that I've put into a single playthrough of Pokemon XD for sure. Final thoughts on the project? I still hold by what I said. I wish this game had gotten more popular. I would love to see another Shadow Pokemon style game. I go back and forth on whether I like this or Coliseum more. They each have their own advantages and disadvantages. I would recommend, if you get the opportunity to play both, then play both. If you get the opportunity to play either, then play either. They each have their ups and downs, for sure. I think ultimately, for the sake of mostly quality of life, this one might be the better option if you well and truly get to pick. For things like, you don't need to go to a terminal to save, you can just save anywhere, because remember in Coliseum you had to go to the terminals. And just like, smaller quality of life, the Purifying Shadow Pokemon is way faster. There's some small stuff that's, I wouldn't say not as great, but it's not as cool. I like having an older protagonist with Wes. I like Umbreon and Espeon, of getting both. Even though you can pick either with Michael, you get both. But I do like how they do give you Eevee here, and then you basically get to pick between 5 starters instead of 3, because you get 5 options. So, like, both are acceptable in that regard. The story is good in both. They both have their own difficult points. This game has, like, a massive difficulty spike at the end of the story mode, in terms of just their very high level. But, like, Coliseum has its own challenges. Like, a lot of times you just have to keep going back to heal, just over and over. So I think they both have their pluses and their minuses. Like, off the top of my head, if you ask me right now, thinking, and granted I've been playing this one more frequently than Coliseum, if you were like, which one would I recommend to a newer Pokemon player, or one that's like, you know, like, has not played any of the spin-offs or anything like that, I would probably say XD. I'd probably ultimately say XD. You don't need to know the story for Coliseum to play XD, but I think XD just has a little bit more quality of life stuff that makes it where it would probably be a little bit more accessible. It's a little slow getting off the ground at the beginning of the game, namely when you're first here and first at Gatian Port. But, like, once you get a decent way in where you've got, like, 2 or 3 Pokemon in your team they actually want to use, then you're in a pretty good spot. Right, that is it for XD. As for streaming in the near future, obviously we're going to finish up Final Fantasy X, and we'll have one more stream of that. Might be next week, not 100% sure. It will kind of depend on scheduling and whatnot. I should theoretically be free, but it's anybody's guess. Icarus has told me that theoretically she should be free, but it's also, again, anyone's guess. So it could be either. If that's the case, we'll obviously finish up XD if we've got the time and energy to do so. After that, for what we're doing for hers, I've got it narrowed down to like 2 or 3. I might ultimately let her choose on that. As for single-player projects, again, I'm not too terribly sure. I'll kind of mull around with that. Might potentially throw up a poll on my Discord. We'll see there. Not 100% sure. We'll figure it out. But in the meantime, thank you all for watching. This has been Pokemon XD. This was a lot of fun to play, even though it took a long time to go through in terms of just having huge breaks from it through nobody's real fault. But it was a lot of fun, so I definitely enjoyed playing this. I might actually be bothered to go back and get that chikorita, but I will not be doing it tonight, because it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's time to go to bed. So thank you all for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Take care.